was alone in a foreign land. You were there to take me by the hand. I needed sharing, I needed caring, alone in a foreign land. She said she worked where the sun didn't shine, and she promised me one hell of a time. I needed sharing, I needed caring, alone in the foreign land. Come along with me and I will treat you up so right, she said to me. I could not say no. I can see you're lonely, I can see you're only young and unsure. I got what you want, boy, I got what you're looking for. I felt so strange when I looked in her eyes. She said, I won't tell you any more lies. I want to cherish, I want to carry, alone in the foreign land. I held her hand to the top of the stairs, and we had our foreign love affair. I needed sharing, I needed caring, alone in the foreign land. Going back in time, the pictures in my mind just bring her back to me. Did she ever see? She meant more to me than just another one night stand. So much more, 'cause ever since that night I found what I was looking for. Now I think about that night so long ago, when I'm feeling down and all alone. She gave me sharing, she gave me caring, alone in the foreign land, alone in the foreign land, alone in the foreign land, alone in the foreign land.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. David Snedeker here with the InoctriNATION live broadcast across 5 platforms with the and in the beautiful Snedeker Theater here with the red United States of America behind me and our lovely President John Fitzgerald Kennedy and his daughter, and where we go one, we go all, on my other shoulder, looking over my other shoulder, taking care of me. Welcome all. Good to see you all. Yes, I missed you over the weekend, but I tell you, when you're in this battle, it is important to take some breaks. And so, as we've witnessed, this is more a marathon than a sprint, and so it's important to be able to, if I could use the line from Bill Murray when his Sergeant Hulky, was it Hulka, said, Winger, I've noticed that you're always last. And Bill Murray's character, John Winger, says, I'm pacing myself, Sergeant. So as I pace myself, I also find that pace is a breakneck pace because of the war that we are in. For example, little details like music, like we're going to mix up the music a little bit for you at the beginning of the broadcast, and yet because we are literally laying in the foxholes with our bayonets out and with approaching fire, we don't have that much time to change the station. So bear with us on that. Bear with me. Drink. Cheers, everybody. Happy Monday. This December 14th, which is an historic day in our timeline for obvious reasons, and we're going to get to those in a moment. And so thank you, Eric, for all the details, all the things that we're doing here. We ask you to support this broadcast as best you can within your means. It means a great deal and allows us to grow and expand, and also try to take care of some other people out there. So a couple things. First off, let's check our coats. If you're new here, welcome. I do want to say that we reached just over 2,903 people and 2,905 the other day. So I hope that we can get up over 3,000 tonight. So I ask you to please share this broadcast out. This is going to be an exceptional broadcast detailing the path that we are on and how it was foretold to us. Okay, this is no surprise as to what's happening. And for the listeners of this broadcast, the Snedheads know that we are not worried. We are not concerned. As a matter of fact, I am quite at peace with all that is happening, and I will tell you more about that as we go. So if you're new here, we do something we call checking our coat. We imagine our preconceived notions, our unconscious bias, and basically our ego, and all the things that could prevent us from accepting new information. Our shields are up, if you will. When you get on the internet, it's like, Scotty, shields, 90% ahead, or whatever on the Starship Enterprise, right? So we have our shields up because the internet is a very, dangerous place in terms of, like, people will attack you left and right. Not physically dangerous, obviously, but emotionally dangerous. Here, you will not have that. You have friendly people here, beautiful, awake human beings, and we have mods on that will take care of any trolls should they arise to try to spoil our fun tonight. So welcome. Check your coat. Please get your ticket. You can come on in. It's a warm theater, and make yourself comfortable. Look around. You are surrounded right now by something like 1,300 beautiful human beings right now, who are all here to hear truth, to share truth. As you know, we have many people that send us information on this broadcast. So the first thing I want to say, welcome, and also I just want to say that things are unfolding as they must. Okay, it's the kind of thing where, for those of us, and most of us here who believe in our Creator, our God, believe in Jesus Christ, believe that we have been created by a greater being, and we are placed on this earth for a purpose. And so, and things happen to us, a breakup happens to us, and we're devastated by that breakup. And yet we don't even realize that 2 years from then we find somebody that's even more perfect for us, or something else happens to us that never would have happened had that event not turned out the way it did, even though it was a very detrimental event in our timeline, in our lifetime. And so what's important to understand is that we don't see the big picture necessarily. So we give it to God, right? We pray and we ask for guidance. Thy will be done is how I end almost every prayer on this broadcast. Thy will be done, because it's not about what I want or what you want or what anybody wants. It's thy will be done. So we can do the best we can, but there are many things that happen that we don't see the whole picture of. And I'd ask us to remember that as we see the things unfolding as we see unfolding with President Trump, with the election, with the Democrats, the Republicans, with China, with Dominion, with, oh my gosh, solar winds now out. We're going to talk about that. With Ratcliffe, the DNI, with the executive orders. And the other thing I'd ask you to remember is that if there's one thing we've proven on this broadcast, is that some way, somehow, whether it be Yellow Cube, whether it be Project Looking Glass, whether it be AI, whether it be quantum computing, the white hats have looked into the future and have every step of the way made moves that ended up winning. Okay, and so I believe, based on what we know about 17 and the communication with Donald John Trump, that everything is unfolding as it should. And so, therefore, there's a calm about me. There's a calm about me moving through all the events that are that are taking place in our country right now. Okay, and we're going to get into some of those right now. Basically, I want to just kind of paint a kind of an overall timeline with you, and then we're going to get into this. And this was something, I have it up right here. Okay, and so let me bring it up for you. You can read along with it. It's actually a post I started to create, and I'll add that as we. I'll actually post it when we finish here. But first of all, and you guys are hearing me well? Yes, I think the sound is good. It looks good on OBS, and so I think we're good to go. Maybe I'll jack it up here just a little bit and see if that helps. So what you're seeing here is. And is that the one I want you to see? Yes, it is. Okay. So let me just kind of give you an overall, right? So, okay. And this isn't going to be, complete, but the electors, all right. The electors they voted today, right? And they cast Biden as the winner, okay? This was going to be, this was no surprise to us, right? And so, but I want to make a point here, is that once the electors vote and the states certify, okay, if there's a Biden-Harris victory, the shoplifters analogy that we use quite a bit have left the store with the goods and have committed the crime. Which is treason, okay? And so that is complete. I'll give you an example. I went to the store yesterday and I got some things, and I didn't get a basket, so I always get more than I need, or I should, and or I planned on. So I got my hands full, and so I put this Zicam. I got a Zicam just so we have on hand for, if the CV does pop up. Wow, just how about some zinc? How about some cold medication that'll knock it out like that? So I had that in my back. I put that in my back pocket. So I paid for everything. I left the store, and I got to the car, and I'm unloading some stuff, and gave a few bucks to a homeless man that was there. It was, just it's tragic to see how much of that we're dealing with right now. And had a nice little chat with him. But got to the car, and realized that I had that in my back pocket, and I didn't pay for it. Right. So I looked at it and went back in the store and paid for it. It was like $13 or something. I'm like, really? I'm gonna throw away my integrity for $12, right? Like, that's not even an option. So, and the manager was very, very happy that I'd done that. I said, I'm sorry I walked out of here with it. But if I was walking around the store and I had that in my pocket, they couldn't arrest me for shoplifting. Okay? But if I left the store, then I committed the crime. And then they can arrest me. So this is what's going on right here. The states have to certify, and then all those people responsible have then committed the crime of treason. Okay? And if the Trump-Pence won the electorate, then the list would just be shorter of the people that are going to Guantanamo. Okay? Now, we covered this on Friday. President Trump's executive order on imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election. Okay? Now, that's what this is. Now, we covered this on Friday quite extensively, and I noticed quite a few people covered it over the weekend after we covered it on Friday. Okay? And so what I shared with you here, and I'll share it again tonight for those who weren't with us on Friday, or just to remind everybody, all right, is that basically the Director of National Intelligence, which is a cabinet position, his name is John Radcliffe, as you know. So this was signed on September 12th, 2018 by President Donald John Trump, okay? Now, he basically said that anybody outside the United States, if they interfere in or undermine public confidence in United States elections, including through the unauthorized accessing of election and campaign infrastructure, or the covert distribution of propaganda and disinformation, constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Although there's been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcome or vote tabulation in any United States election, foreign powers have historically sought to exploit America's free and open political system. In recent years, the proliferation of digital devices and internet-based communications has created significant vulnerabilities. Digital devices, internet-based communications created significant vulnerabilities. Does this sound familiar when it comes to 2020? Dominion voting systems, SCITL, okay, and magnified the scope and intensity of the threat of foreign interference. As illustrated in the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment, I hereby declare a national emergency to deal with this threat. Okay? He declared a national emergency to deal with this threat. Okay? Why? Because they knew, first of all, that the 2016 election was manipulated. Okay? But they didn't expect Trump to win in a landslide, which is what he did, but they didn't think that he was going to win by that much, so they didn't have it coordinated to help Hillary just enough. Okay? Then they saw further evidence of fraud in the 2018 midterm elections. Okay? And this is what this was setting up for. So please understand, he had declared a national emergency to deal with this threat in September of 2018, a month before the midterm elections. Okay? So he orders, okay, that not later than 45 days after the conclusion of the United States. By the way, for those of you that are, wanting to talk about, the Electoral College and all that, this is it. What we're talking about right now, this is the main pathway to this all coming out in the open, okay? So, in my opinion, okay, so the DNI, in consultation with the heads of any other appropriate executive departments and agencies, shall conduct an assessment of any information indicating that a foreign government or any person acting as an agent of or on behalf of a foreign government. Okay? Now, foreign government. 17 told us that China was printing ballots. Okay? We know that the Chinese courier service, the FedEx of China, if you will, okay, that those packages were showing up at all the ballot counting centers coming from China. All right. We also know that truckloads are being delivered from New York to Pennsylvania, and similar stories to other battleground states, to other swing states. Okay. We also know that the Dominion voting system is based in Canada and is also owned by China. 70%. China bought 70% of Dominion. And we also know that our votes were going through Barcelona, Spain, and into Frankfurt, Germany, through the internet. Okay? These systems are not supposed to be hooked up to any internet. That is the way in which they sold them, so to speak. Sold them. They bribed their way to. But that's how they sell it. It's like, well, we can keep it secure because it's not connected to the internet. The problem is it was connected to the internet. And our votes were being counted in Germany at a CIA safe house, CIA bunker, okay, in a country that is completely globalist compromised with Angela Merkel. Okay, so that's what's important to understand. There are people that still think Angela Merkel's a good leader, all right? And they would not have done their homework necessarily on who Angela Merkel is and who she takes her orders from. She is absolutely an agent of the Illuminati, the deep state cabal. So that covers the foreign interference of a foreign government, because the CCP, okay, Canada, Trudeau is dirty as mud, okay, and then also, or any person acting as an agent of or on behalf of a foreign government. And folks, that is a laundry list. Look at Swalwell, okay? Look at Feinstein. Look at Pelosi. Look at Schumer. Look at Soros, okay? Acting on behalf of a foreign government. We are finding more and more pictures. I mean, Code Monkey is dropping picture after picture after picture. My buddy We Rise dropped no less than 20 pictures, okay, of these governors and these politicians with these various Chinese Communist Party officials. All right, this is no accident that all these people are getting their picture taken with these Chinese communist officials, because what's going down here is that they are compromised and they are in the pocket of the Chinese Communist Party. All right, this is all going to come out. Anything that I'm unclear about or don't have like the documentation right in front of us or what have you, trust me, this is coming out. Okay, and this is who it's coming out through. Not only privately through warrior patriots like Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood, okay? But let me continue on with the Director of National Intelligence, all right? Has acted with the intent or purpose of interfering in that election. The assessment shall identify to the maximum extent ascertainable the nature of any foreign interference and any methods employed to execute it, the persons involved, and the foreign government or governments that authorized, directed, sponsored, or supported it. The Director of National Intelligence shall deliver this assessment and appropriate supporting information to the President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. Okay? Within 45 days of receiving the assessment and information described in Section 1A of this order, the AG and Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with the heads of other appropriate agencies and as appropriate state and local officials, shall deliver to the President, Secretary of State, Treasury, Defense, a report evaluating with respect to the United States election that is the subject of assessment described in Section 1A. Okay, now, so 45 days after the election, not later than. So December 18th is the deadline for Ratcliffe to report his findings to these people, to the heads of our government. Okay? All right? And then, it's their job to the extent to which any foreign interference that targeted election infrastructure, think about the infrastructure here, okay? The actual physical ballots, right? That we have affidavits on how they were dumped in the middle of the night, how they were all Biden, et cetera, et cetera. You know, the actual ballots, how many times the ballots were put through the machines for Biden, okay? The physical infrastructure, having you use a Sharpie so that your vote doesn't count, the machine doesn't count it properly. All right, the shipment of hundreds of thousands of ballots. Okay, the hundreds of thousands of ballots that come down through the system. Okay, so that's the infrastructure materially affected the security or integrity of that infrastructure. The tabulation of votes, or the timely transmission of election results. Do you think Trump saw what was going on? Why would the timely transmission of election results be an issue in 2018? There's never been a timely, transmission of election really issue until COVID, and then we're supposed to vote early and vote by mail, which should already be done and counted. Should be less people voting on the day, and yet they passed these laws, which is what they took the Supreme Court to say you can't change the law in the last final quarter of the game and say you have an extra 3 days to count the votes, or you have an extra 3 days to receive the votes. So Supreme Court, basically, Trump's three people abstained from that, if you'll notice, okay? And we weren't really anticipating Texas to go after that lawsuit. But basically, SCOTUS basically told Texas that that they need to mind their business, right? So, not a strong lawsuit. There was no fraud sent to the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the mainstream media will tell you the Supreme Court shut them down. These cases, these court cases are being thrown out. Okay, so that's very interesting. The tabulation of the votes or the timely transmission of election results. So we're seeing already the infrastructure of the actual voting. Okay, the tabulation of those votes and the timely transmission of election results. If any foreign interference involved activities targeting the infrastructure of or pertaining to a political organization, campaign, or candidate, the extent to which such activities materially affected the security or integrity of that infrastructure, including by unauthorized access to, disclosure, or threatened disclosure of, or alteration or falsification of information or data. Okay, so this is obviously this has all affected the security or integrity. Okay, and so this is an issue. Now, the other thing to remember is that I just lost my place, lost what I was going to say. Well, let me continue. It'll come back to me. But the report shall identify any material issues of fact with respect to these matters. Okay? So this report is going to identify all of those issues of fact. Oh, I know what I was going to say. In terms of the foreign interference, okay, what do we have? By the way, we're going to get into Barr. The strangest resignation letter I've ever read. Okay, something's up there. Something is up. It wasn't a resignation. Trump said it was, but it wasn't a resignation letter. Never used the word resignation. He's finishing up some things and going to leave December 23rd. We'll get to Barr in a minute, but I want to tell you about we have Anthony Weiner's life insurance laptop that's still out there. We have Hunter Biden's laptop, okay, which as it starts to leak, we see that his father was absolutely partnering with the CFEC, the oil company from China, which is Communist Party owned. So his father was literally partners with the CCP, and you wonder why he's easy on China. You wonder why China keeps funneling money to him, and you wonder why China did everything in their power to subvert this election and take it away from you and me. And by the way, those who we have lost, parents, grandparents, that wouldn't in a million years vote for the country turning into communism through the socialism doormat, pretty doormat. In a million years, would they ever vote that way? And yet they've basically dug up our ancestors' bodies and had them go to a voting machine and force their vote. That's basically what they've done by stealing the names and the lives of the people we love to get them to vote. And stealing your own name, if your maiden name, if you were registered to vote with your maiden name as a woman, and they use that vote to go against what you voted for. So they're actually using you against you in those situations. Okay? Not to mention the ballots that were printed in Chinese Communist, from the Chinese Communist Party, that is enslaving Uyghurs, enslaving the Falun Gong, enslaving Taiwanese, doing horrendous things to their people. Anybody who speaks out about the China virus, anybody who speaks out about what's really happening in China. You want to do business with China, you got to do business their way, which is basically you're not allowed to offer them freedom outside of what the CCP allows. And as they log on to the internet, they have to log on with facial recognition. That way they can track everything they do. You literally have patriots in China within the absolute tyranny of this Communist Party that have put messages out through code in gaming machines and gaming software, telling us what's going on. And the people that were trying to tell us about the Wuhan virus and warn us about it before China actually released it to the world, or at a time when they were releasing it to the world, a bioweapon against the planet, and China is still not being held accountable, they will. And they know it, because Donald Trump is going to hold them accountable. No question about it. He already has, but he is going to at a whole nother level, if not a declaration of war. So this is, and I don't fear China, and he doesn't fear China, and you should not fear China, okay? And all those forces up at the Canadian border that were because China owns Trudeau, that Trudeau allowed these Chinese forces to enter the country and train close to the American border. They don't stand a chance against us, okay? Nor do they stand a chance against the USS Eisenhower. What else is in the East Coast? USS Eisenhower, Gerald Ford, Iwo Jima. The West Coast, we have three: the Essex, Teddy Roosevelt, Carl Vinson, and these are ready to go. They are war ready. And if you're going to occupy a country, nuclear, you can't do it. You're going to ruin the country you're trying to occupy. So nuclear, it's out of the question, and we could demolish them with nuclear weapons as well. But so you've got to get boots on the ground in order to actually take over a country. We've got the finest military in the world. We've got the finest veterans in the world. About 30 million, maybe 15 million of those are able to battle, if not more. And I say that because, of health, issues and age and, things like that. So, and then you've got 190 million gun owners in this country, and hunters in 3 states make up the largest army in the world. Okay, so I'm not worried about a bunch of Chinese soldiers. They will be sent home in a box if they try to do this to the United States of America. If they try to invade, and so they will that will happen. So we have all this information. That's what's important to understand as it relates to China and how they have tried to infiltrate this country, because they had to do it this way because they knew they couldn't win in a conventional war, even though they will probably try that if this does not work, which is not going to work. And that's why we have our military at the ready, okay? Because they, here's the thing that's important to understand. If the Chinese Communist Party does not get Joe Biden into the office of the U.S. presidency, okay, if they do not get him into the office, they are done being a world power, okay, because they are going to be answerable for all the things I just mentioned, and U.S. citizens are going to stop buying products made there, okay? Made in China is going to be basically the mark of the beast, the mark of the devil. No way. No way. What, you tried to take over our country? You tried to buy up all this real estate and by the way, this Fang, this spy that we caught Swalwell with, okay, she's been with all these mayors of these cities in California that make up the ports, the most active ports in California. So 90% of the active ports, mayors, have been infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party, and we have pictures of them. I'll show you here in a little bit. Okay, but I want to stay on track. I got off track here a little bit from the executive order, but I knew it was important to explain that how much we actually have. We still haven't seen Bobulinski's information. And Bobulinski was actually partners with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Okay? And he came forward and gave them everything he had. But who did he give it to? DOJ? Barr's gone, or seemingly. Maybe for that reason. Okay? What did they do about the elections? What did they do about Bobulinski and Biden? Okay, these are real crimes. You can't do what Biden is doing as a member of the Senate, as a member of vice president, or certainly as a presidential running candidate. So we still haven't seen that information yet. Oh, and the FBI supposedly had all this stuff. They've been sitting on it. Ray's out. Okay, maybe. Or maybe, again, we don't see the whole picture. I believe 17 said to trust Ray. You guys will have to let me know. Didn't 17 say trust Ray? Yeah, Kathy, I think it's going to be interesting to see where Barr goes. Okay, but here's what's really interesting about, and we'll get into Barr in a second. All right, let me get back to this. Okay. The report will identify any material issues of fact with respect to these matters that the AG and the Secretary of Homeland Security are unable to evaluate or reach agreement on at the time the report is submitted. The report shall also include updates and recommendations when appropriate regarding remedial actions to be taken by the U.S. government other than the sanctions described in sections 2 and 3 of this order. Okay? Heads of all relevant agencies shall transmit to the DNI any information relevant to the execution of the director's duties pursuant to this order, as appropriate and consistent with applicable law. If relevant information emerges after the submission of the report mandated by Section 1A of this order, the director, in consultation with the heads of any other appropriate agencies, shall amend the report as appropriate, and the AG and Secretary of Homeland Security shall amend the report required by Section 1B as appropriate. Nothing in this order shall prevent the head of any agency or other appropriate official from tendering to the President at any time through an appropriate channel any analysis, information, assessment, or evaluation of foreign interference in a U.S. election. Okay? So nothing will prevent them from letting President Trump know. So if the information indicates a state, tribal, or local election within the U.S. has occurred, is identified, by the way, tribal, they North American, Native American, and has occurred, is identified, may be included in the assessment mandated by Section 1A or in the report mandated 1B. Okay? Not later than 30 days following the date of this order. This was September 18th. Not later than 30 days following the date of this order. They did it before the 18th. All the heads shall develop a framework for the process that will be used to carry out the respective responsibilities pursuant to this order. This framework, which may be classified in whole or in part, shall focus on ensuring that the agencies fulfill their responsibilities pursuant to this order in a manner that maintains methodological consistency, protects law enforcement or other sensitive information and intelligence sources and methods, maintains an appropriate separation between intelligence functions and policy and legal judgments, ensures that efforts to protect electoral processes and institutions are insulated from political bias, insulated from political bias, and respects the principles of free speech and open debate. If you knew the involvement of all the Democrats and some Republicans, by the way, you're going to see Assange has said 90% of D.C. is going to get wiped out. And by the way, there were rumors going around that he was going to be pardoned today. That was pulled back by pastor, I forget his name right now. But I believe he's going to be pardoned. I was saying that he was going to be pardoned, a long time ago. But it has to play out correctly. And so I think that's coming. And when that's coming, and even Code Monkey said today, when that comes, that's going to implicate a lot of high-ranking Democrat officials in murder of Seth Rich. Okay? So, but here's the point I want to make about this. This is so important. If you know how dirty all these people are within government, and you know that they're already subverting the election in the midterms and also 2016, are you going to classify it or not, this whole process? You can't let this out, because if they let this out, then they would have known what they were going to do during the 2020 election, and that was monitor, and 2018, by the way, monitor the whole process in real time, which is why President Trump was in the Eisenhower building the night of the election watching with CISA, okay, and monitoring it in real time. So we don't know about this because it's already been classified. And by the way, I think here we're talking about by Friday, okay, that it's going to, by the way, Anastasia, thank you for mentioning earlier, let's keep our eye on the ball tonight, because there's a lot to cover, there's a lot of details, and I would ask for your attention here, okay, because this is so important. Lynn Wood alluded to Jeffrey Epstein still being alive. Katie, interesting. You guys know I've been saying Jeffrey Epstein's alive since the day he supposedly hung himself. And so that's no surprise to me, because he would have had a kill switch, and that never happened, right? That's what kept him alive for so long, right? A kill switch. So, but I do ask us to keep our eye on the ball tonight, kind of focus in on what we really need to be talking about, and because I don't want to get too distracted. This is history in the making, what we're experiencing right now, folks. This is history in the making, and we are covering it. And before I saw anybody cover it, we were talking about this election interference before the election of 2020. And what I'm telling you now is that I believe not only did they classify everything about it, but they watched it in real time, as we've heard, and that I believe that he may have already gone to all these heads, or he will go to these heads minus Barr. Okay? Notice the FBI isn't involved in this. Why wouldn't President Trump include the FBI in this? Secretary of Treasury, Homeland Security, DNI, and the Secretary of State, okay, and the President, POTUS. No FBI. Why? Because maybe that President Trump knows they're compromised, and he knew this in September 2018. Okay? Why the Treasury? It gets into that a little bit later. But this is so very important, okay? Because all property and interests in property that are in the United States, that hereafter come within the United States, or that are hereafter come within the possession or control of any U.S. person of the following persons, are blocked and may not be transferred, paid, exported, withdrawn, or otherwise dealt in any foreign person determined by the Secretary of Treasury in consultation with the State and Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security. So Treasury money will get them money okay, from these people, Homeland Security has the power to grab that. To have directly or indirectly engaged in, sponsored, concealed, or otherwise been complicit in foreign interference in a U.S. election. Okay? Complicit, folks, okay, in a position whose job it is to keep these elections secure and safe, and you're complicit in what's happening, you're guilty. Okay? To have materially assisted, sponsored, or provided financial, material, or technological support for, or goods or services to, or in support of any activity described in subsection AI of this section, or any person whose property and interest in property blocked pursuant to this order. I'll take you back to this. Now, and I'll take it back. I'll get you on the same page I am. Sorry. Zuckerberg Chang donating hundreds of millions of dollars for Dominion machines to be placed in various swing states. You think they're involved in this? How about the propaganda, which was in paragraph 1? Facebook controlling the narrative about the election? To be owned or controlled by, or to have acted or purported to act for or on behalf of, directly or indirectly, any person whose property or interest in the property, there you are, or interest in property are blocked pursuant to this order. Okay? All right. Then it gets into a few other executive orders that remain in effect that have to do with, if you guys want to look these up, it's April 1st, 2015, December 28th, 2016, and look into those a little bit closer. But this is supporting material. It does not serve to limit the Secretary of Treasury's discretion to exercise the authorities provided in Executive Order 13694. We'll go there in a moment. Where appropriate, the Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the AG and Secretary of State, may exercise the authorities described or other authorities in conjunction with the Secretary of the Treasury's exercise of authorities provided in this order. The prohibitions in Section A of this section apply. Following the transmission of the assessment, the Secretary of Treasury shall review mandated and the report mandated by Section 1B, and in consultation with the other players, impose all appropriate sanctions pursuant to Section 2A of this order and any appropriate sanctions described in 2B of this order. In consultation with the heads of other appropriate agencies, shall jointly prepare a recommendation for the President as to whether additional sanctions against foreign persons may be appropriate in response to the identified foreign interference, and in light of evaluation in the report mandated by 1B of this order. Okay, this takes care of big tech. Okay, financial services, defense, energy, technology, transportation, or if inapplicable to that country's largest business entities, sectors of comparable strategic significance to that foreign government. Okay, so the recommendation shall include an assessment of the effect of the recommended sanctions on the economic and national security interests of the United States and its allies. Any recommended sanctions shall be appropriately calibrated to the scope of the foreign interference identified, may include one or more following with respect to each targeted foreign person. Blocking and prohibiting, this is what's going to happen to the people involved. Blocking and prohibiting all transactions in a person's property and interests in property subjected to United States jurisdiction. Export license restrictions under any statute or regulation that requires the prior review and approval of the U.S. government and as condition for the export or report of goods or services. Prohibitions on United States financial institutions making loans or providing credit to a person. Restrictions on transactions in foreign exchange. Transfers of credit or payments. Prohibitions on U.S. person investing in a purchase in equity or debt of a person. Alien corporate officers from the United States. So basically, this covers the whole gambit of how they're going to hamstring anybody who's involved and take their money. Okay. Donations to are blocked, would seriously impair our ability to deal with the national emergency declared in this order, and I hereby prohibit such donations as provided by Section 2 of this order. The making of contribution of provision of funds, goods, or services by or the benefit of any person whose property or interests in property are blocked pursuant to this order. I'll give you an example. George Soros donated just a ton of his money to the Red Cross and put it in a nonprofit. I believe this is accessible to our Treasury and our Homeland Security. Suspend entry into the U.S. as immigrants or non-immigrants of such persons, so they can't come back in the U.S. Okay, all right. This is very thorough. Entity, U.S. election interference. It just basically defines everything. Okay, so there needs to be no prior notice to the people involved. In other words, they're not going to know ahead of time so that they can get rid of their money, get their money out of the country, get their money into another organization, so they can do it. And I believe this is retroactive. Nothing in this order shall prohibit transactions for the conduct of business in U.S. By employees, grantees, or contractors thereof. The Secretary of Treasury authorized to take such actions and employ all powers granted by the President. And yeah. And so this is the reason I wanted to go over this with you again today is because some of you, you're seeing it for the first time. Some of you maybe have seen others cover it or didn't see us cover it Friday and didn't quite understand the whole scope of it. But this was signed by President Trump September 12, 2018. So this is a very, very important part of this because it tells us that they knew what was going down before it happened. Okay? And infrastructure, it deals with electronic as well. And that's very, very important. Okay? This is 13694. There was another one I was going to look up, actually. Let me see that. So let me go back to my post because I'm going to go on to the next thing and we'll come back to that maybe if we have time. So I believe that he either already gave this briefing and Trump saw Barr's reaction and thus, asked for his resignation. Because we still don't know if Barr has turned. We know he worked for we know he worked for the Bushes, for George Herbert Walker Bush. We knew he was in the CIA, I believe under Bush. We know that his father was involved with Epstein with some attorney work. And so we still don't know. The seemingly inactivity of Barr has been frustrating for a lot of people. But also we don't know the full picture. And based on his letter, I think he's doing something else within the DOJ. That's my guess. But here's the other thing that's very important to understand. What we also covered on Friday is December 4th. Oh yes, and Barr's tied to Dominion, and I think that's why he's got to be out of the picture for this certain thing. Obviously, okay, he's tied in with Dominion. Okay, so this is why this is going down the way it is. Now, if you look at the what's going to happen, from here on out, okay, Ratcliffe either already did it with the already presented his evidence, or he's going to do it by Friday. Okay, now that's going to be the boom. And what's supposed to happen, and I believe, let me go back to that executive order, and I believe his next action is with CISA. Okay. And the next action with CISA, and I think I have that pulled up here, is this is so yeah, okay, so this is important right here. All right, no, that's not what I wanted to be. Okay, let me find where I want you to be here. That what's interesting is this SolarWinds software issue that CISA has actually kicked in on this emergency directive 2101, okay? And this is the SolarWinds Orion code compromise. And this is where, in the mainstream media, calls it a Russian hack, which you can pretty much be sure that that means it's a Chinese hack, okay? And that the Russians are absolutely, scapegoats for everything that has anything to do with Trump. They'll try to tie it in with Trump, possibly, if they haven't already. So the SolarWinds Orion, so this is a security threat and a vulnerability, and we believe that there was a backdoor put into this software and that allowed them to get into our infrastructure, okay? But as a result, that the CISA is now basically it has kind of taken them over, okay? And the CEO of this company, SolarWinds, has actually had to provide his passport to the, I believe Hannity reported on that, had to provide his passport to the feds. So this is serious business. It's affecting Fortune 500 companies, but most importantly, it's affecting our government computers. And this is an emergency act which allows CISA in the back door of all these companies that use this software that can either expose who did it or somebody within the company that allowed it. And also, this fits right in with DNI. Ratcliffe has to go over to CISA and get them involved in the cybersecurity and infrastructure, okay, because of the infrastructure that was just mentioned right here, the infrastructure that was just mentioned in the executive order, okay? Because this is the infrastructure, and this is why, by the way, two people had to step down from CISA, okay, just earlier, like less than a month ago, all right? Major players in CISA had to step down. Why? Because they were dirty players. They were part of the swamp. So these two are connected. Make no mistake about that, okay? And there's another thing I wanted to mention, and then I want to get Todd on here with us, and Cindy, and the first arrest, or as POTUS likes to call it, the VACCINE, happened today, okay? We believe that when he's talking about the V, he's talking about arrests. And Anon asked Dan Scavino to post a pic of an eagle the day before POTUS tweets, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us." And Scavino posted this yesterday. Okay. So is he telling us kind of like the what tippy toes that Trump was asked about to do tippy toes, right? So is this eagle landing or is this eagle taking off? I think he's landing because he's looking down, okay? And so very, very majestic creature, and yet this was asked by an anon for Dan Scavino. So I wanted to kind of give you that kind of update there, and we'll probably add to it. I just posted that. Please share this broadcast out. Great to see you all. We are, let me see, we are at 1,000, 2,000. We're up, I think we're up over 2,400 on live platforms. Welcome, everybody. I'm David Snedeker. I'm glad that you've decided to join me this evening. And the beautiful people that are beside you. And was I being selfish with the picks again? Did I drop the ball on the picks? Here we go. All right, guys, you just can't. There's the eagle. Did you miss that the first time around? Did not show us the eagle. Well, you guys know what an eagle looks like, for crying out loud. Why I gotta show you the eagle? Huh? You're so picky. You're so picky. We do not know who got arrested, okay? Possibly, by the way, maybe it's Barr, if it's going that way, okay? Maybe it's Barr. What did I tell you about many, many times where I have said that you have a crime and you have the person that committed the crime who is, they're going to have to, go to prison or be executed depending on the crime, okay? So they've committed the crime. They're criminals. Then you've got the person whose job it is to find the person who committed the crime and bring them to justice. And if that person doesn't do that as part of their job, now there are two criminals. There are two criminals, and then somebody else needs to step into the place of that person who committed the crime by not doing anything and go and put them in prison, okay? So, but we didn't always have that scenario, did we? Why? Because the narrative was controlled by the mainstream media. Five families, control 94% of everything we see, hear, and listen, and read, video, audio, and print in the United States of America. So they could easily control that narrative, right? Easily controlled that narrative. And that's what they did. But because of 17, because of all the autists, because of all the anons, because of all the digital warriors, all the snedheads that are spreading this information that they're getting out into the world, this has become a worldwide movement that cannot be stopped. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing has been more clear to me in these days than that. Nothing can stop what is coming. Why? Because we know about it. If we didn't know about it, not always the case. Okay? So I want to take you down through the scenario is to I'll take you through another scenario that's going to be the surface, structure, if you will. And that's on Twitter by the name of Maximus Uncensored, okay? And I'm going to go through it kind of quickly. It's pretty, he does a nice dive on it, okay? But I'm going to try to get through it fairly quickly. And then from there, go to Todd and Cindy, okay? So let me take you here. Let me bring you along for the ride here, okay? And now what I just described to you is one avenue to President Trump continuing on for another 4 years, or as we believe, 2 years because he will enact Nasara Jasara, and we will have another vote for the Republic, and that will be the freeing of humanity from the cabal and from the banks, and we are looking forward to that day. And when that happens, the Republic president will serve 2 years, not 4. And so, but we know he's going to stay in office. What I just described to you is the one major way in which I believe that's going to happen, and has also been set up to bring the government agencies into it and hold them accountable for the information that they are being provided, which will be, I believe, declassified to the appropriate heads, unless they keep it classified and see how the appropriate heads of those departments react. And if they don't react appropriately, then they're gone a la Barr, right? Okay, so let me take you down this other path, and that is that let me give you the highlights. The primary objective is to get several ballots invalidated, okay? But a secondary objective is to publicly expose the corruption in these cities to both state reps and U.S. House and Senate leaders. This is crucial, okay? While keeping the 73 million Trump supporters, which I think is much bigger, engaged and working behind the scenes. There seems to be success, as 2 polls show 60% of the U.S. now believe fraud occurred and only 49% believe Biden won. These polls have a 37 to 32 Democrat to Republican bias. Keep in mind, the MSM calls are merely projections of how a state voted in the popular vote. Strictly speaking, they mean nothing. Win or lose in court, the next step is the GOP state legislatures in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Georgia. He keeps saying this is a republic, not a democracy. Okay. On December 14th, the electors from each state cast their ballots for President VP. What many do not realize is they vote in their home state, and their vote is sealed and not counted until January 6th. Crucial point. Now, he parentheses on counted because they don't count yet. Okay. So again, did the mainstream media count when they said that Joe Biden was president? No. And do the elector votes count until they're counted in the House on January 16th? No. Now the state legislatures have constitutional authority, okay, to appoint their own state of electors loyal to President Trump if they deem their state's popular vote is corrupted. Okay. In other words, the state GOP legislature of Georgia, for example, can conclude that the popular vote has been corrupted and appoint a competing slate of electors loyal to President Trump. For example, 20 Biden electors from Pennsylvania and 20 for Trump. A republic, not a democracy. Look at all the Republican electors that voted for President Trump today. Okay, because why? Because they know that this was rigged, and they're not going to be on the wrong side of history, which also tells us that they're not in the pocket of Chinese Communist Party. Okay, the precedence for this is 1876 election, where South Carolina, Louisiana, Florida, and one even from Oregon, each sent competing Dem and Republican electoral votes sealed to the archivists in D.C. Keep in mind, nothing is counted yet, another crucial point. On the 6th, the 12th Amendment of the Constitution specifically says that the President of the Senate, okay, in the presence of the Senate, which is Vice President Pence, and House of Rep open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. Okay, that means that in the case of disputes about competing electoral slates, the President of the Senate would appear to have the ultimate authority to decide which to accept and which to reject. This is supported by 3 U.S. Code 15, hence Trump wins. This is a de facto check on the Electoral College, which few realize because it only happened in 1876, a republic, not a democracy. If at that point nobody gets to 270, the 12th Amendment stipulates, we've gone over this scenario, the House of Reps shall choose immediately by ballot the president, but in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having one vote. And we've already discussed they win 26 to 24, 30 in the new Congress out of 50. Ergo, Trump wins. President Trump has clearly discussed and been briefed on a strategy to contest the election via constitutional means, first through the courts and then through the House, saying at a September 26 rally in, where else, Pennsylvania. And this is his quote, and I don't want to end up in the Supreme Court, and I don't want to go back to Congress either, even though we have an advantage. If we go back to Congress, does everyone understand that? I think it's 26 to 22 or something, because it's counted one vote per state, so we actually have an advantage. Oh, they're going to be thrilled to hear that. No clear indication exists that this was the plan all along. Okay? Now, I want you to remember something. I'm just going to take a short break from this, and that is the following. They have seen into the future. We don't know how, we don't know exactly what the technology is, but they've seen this all play out. And that's why they're playing 5D chess while the Dems are playing checkers. Okay? They are 17 steps ahead of them every step of the way. Trump loses supposedly that on the day that Biden gets told that he has won the presidency, the CNN announced it, right? And I showed you that whole CNN fiasco with Wolf Blitzer, and I also showed you the movie when they showed Wolf Blitzer, and that was the Mission Impossible, when they showed Wolf Blitzer and he was a fake, he was a fraud, right? And how easy it is to actually play that off, right? And so this is a show we're watching, and if Trump and on that day, President Trump was golfing and taking, pictures with the bride of a wedding. Okay, that was not a man who was concerned. That was not a man who was worried. He knows he's got it under control. He knows he has all these avenues. He knows what went down. He knows what information they have. And if they don't expose it all, he will declass everything. Okay? That's my take on that. Okay? So let me take you down a few more steps of this, and then we're going to move on. Okay? Politico reports, in private, Trump has discussed the possibility of a presidential race being thrown into the House as well, raising the issue with GOP lawmakers, according to Republican sources such as McConnell, Graham, McCarthy, etc. This would explain Senator McConnell's resolute backing of President Trump. It is clear McConnell, who is shrewd and believes in raw power, knows POTUS is on solid constitutional ground. With our help, he will hold the GOP caucus in line. In a contested 2020 election like this, 1876, the Republican Senate and Democratic House would disagree on which electors to accept. This is called a disputation, a republic, not a democracy. Under the Constitution, there exists no mechanism to resolve a dispute in which the two houses of Congress cannot agree upon a certain set of electors, and there is no constitutional role for the courts, including the Supreme Court. This is another crucial point. Okay. Hence, Trump's September 26 references to first the courts, then the House. See above. The House and Senate, GOP, McCarthy, McConnell, shall argue under the language of the 12th Amendment. The President of the Senate, Vice President Mike Pence, has the sole discretion to break a deadlock between the Senate and the House and to either accept or dismiss disputed electors. Republicans will point to the historic pedigree of the VP's position, observing that the GOP made the same argument during the election of 1876. Given the language of the 12th, whatever its ambiguity and potential policy objections, there is no other possible single authority to identify for this purpose besides the President of the Senate to act as the arbiter of any disputes and break deadlocks. In fact, within Pence's powers, he could either accept the competing slates of electors submitted or dismiss them as disputed and not have them counted. A reduced total still delivers Trump a victory because it deprives Biden of 270. This is another crucial point. The House of Representatives shall choose immediately, in this scenario, re-electing President Trump to a second term because, as stated above, the GOP controls the House delegation majority. So what we need to do is keep calling, emailing, organizing, marching, and forcing the GOP at the state and federal levels to appoint a Republican slate of electors for President Trump and support him 1,000%. Okay? If anyone is wondering, plan, he just claimed victory in Pennsylvania again. That was November 13th. Okay, this was all went down. Okay, so this is the path, right? And this is and by the way, I'm going to retweet this. So if you guys are following me at Dave Snedeker, you'll see it. I think it's on my info. I don't know if it's down here, but it's on the info that is dropped from time to time with all our information. So please, yes. So I just wanted to share that, and I believe Todd, Cindy, you guys want to give me a buzz here, and I will bring you online here, and we will get to some other fun stuff because there's a lot of tweeting going on. There's a lot of communication. There's a lot of code communication going on right now, guys, and I want you to realize that this is there's a lot of communication happening. Okay, there we go. Hold on, Cindy. Let me see what's happening. Can you hear me? Why is that not coming up? I got you. Hold on. Let me see what's happening here. That call's not even showing up on my. Let me find you and call you. Why is that not coming up? That's weird. I want to try me back. There you are. There you go. It is showing up now. Let me see if I can call you back here. I hope that was helpful, guys. And we'll get you going here. Here we go. Here we go. By the way, I want to try to get Kellyanne on tonight, and if not, we'll definitely have her on tomorrow. And I've got a couple things to talk about. Phil is stable, just so you know. So thanks for all the prayers, guys. And Kellyanne had to make some things happen there. Cindy, can you hear me? It's not going through. What's happening here? Let's see. Cindy, can you hear me? Not working here right now. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if that works. If not, maybe call on Todd's line. And let me see. All right, we'll get that worked out here. Let me see. Okay, that should work. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay. I don't think I have my speakers plugged in, Cindy. My mistake here. So I was reaching you, I think. So hold on a second. Because man, I get out of here. No, I thought I did have those plugged in. I did have those plugged in. So maybe that's not the problem.
It's Eric's fault.
Okay. Let's try the headset. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. It's Eric's fault, Tesla said.
Yeah. It's Eric. That's what's known as operator error, folks.
That's right.
Right there.
Up somehow, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, well, I don't hear you. You know, maybe I should think about maybe put my headset on.
That might help.
Yeah. You know, that helps. So
It's a little
whew,
bit.
I got a lot going on over here. So
Hi, Snake. How's everybody doing tonight?
hey, I think everyone's good. I think everyone's in pretty good spirits. A lot of hearts, a lot of love, a lot of laughs, and they can hear you well. I got another haircut. Yeah, my sister-in-law cut my hair this weekend. Thank you. It's a little still trying to figure out what to do with it here, but I actually like it. I just don't like what it looks like right now. But I didn't have much time to primp today, so
It's okay. We still love you.
Thank you. What's up, Tesla? What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Dave?
He's actually up out of bed.
Nice.
Don't
You know, when we start putting you guys on video, you're not going to be able to lounge around.
well, maybe you can just put like a still shot of me up.
Yes.
Make my lips move.
Like the old Conan O'Brien skits.
Yeah, like a glass pick.
I used to love that. I used to love that stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, it was funny.
Um,
When late night was funny.
yeah. That was before he sold out, which
Right.
is unfortunate. You know, he was kind of edgy, and you know, of course, I guess it was always part of that plan, I think.
Right.
So tell me your thoughts. Oh, I did want to say real quick, Kellyanne shared something with me earlier, and there's a Snedhead, beautiful lady, Kelly. I'm sorry, Kelly shared this with me. Kathy Peterson Lester, who's in the YouTube crew, and she got a call out of the blue that her daughter is dead. So please keep her family in your prayers, and let's remember her tonight in our prayers. And they could use some support, so we're looking to maybe set something up for that to kind of help her out a little bit. Just but at any rate, we'll talk more about that tomorrow, and our hearts go out to you. And thank you, Kellyanne, for sharing that with us. They've gotten very close over there on YouTube for those that left Facebook, and yes. Bean Mass. So at any rate, Kathy, so sorry. Cannot even imagine. So sorry about that.
Definitely very sorry, but that's the one thing about this group. We're not only here for the world politics and everything else, but we're also here as a support of a family too. This is our Sned family, and when one is hurting, then we all hurt. But we are there for each and every one of you to pick each other up. So you have our deepest prayers.
Yeah, absolutely. So getting back to what I was saying earlier, yes, I covered earlier that he had turned over his passport. The CEO of Solar Winds, and his office was also raided today. One of the Snedeheads just shared as well. So guys, thoughts on the show so far? Any dissension? And any other thoughts of the way this is going down, or any contradicting thoughts on that? Or
No, I think it's going down just as it's planned, and I think we all just have to remember that this is a show we're seeing, folks, and I saw some comments out there today of a little ye of little faith, and you just have to remember that
Excuse me.
for 3 years we have been told, and we have confirmations of 17 drops, and we just have to stay the course, guys. We're in the end fourth quarter phase there, so stay the course, guys. I think that everything is going to be just fine, and I think that it's going to come down really quick.
Yeah, I have such a knowing about this that I know it's going to be fine. Like there's not even a question in my mind about it, because if we know they looked into the future somehow, so why would they be going through all this?
Exactly.
To lose?
Right.
To not be able to cross the finish line?
Right.
No. Yeah.
They're not going to go this far and then drop the ball. It's not going to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So hold the line.
Yeah.
And I know Tesla has some confirmation along this lines too. He was pretty excited about the Trump tweet and the timestamp today.
Yeah. The timestamps were pretty exciting. Let's get in.
Jeez. Welcome to the show, Tesla.
About the stuff over the weekend, I'll tell you.
What's that?
I was happy about the all the communications over the weekend. That was fantastic.
A lot of great stuff. Stuff. Where do you want to begin?
I want to go to the very first thing I want to go to is Dan Scavino's tweet with the bomber, the stealth bomber.
You mean the non-stealth bomber?
The non-stealth bomber.
Well, the landing gear was down.
Yeah.
So when the landing gear's down, it's not stealth any longer.
Well, isn't it just called the stealth?
Yes, it is. But I've just pointed. One of the Anons found that found a link to the 17 drops that we'll go there in a second, but let's follow your train here first.
Well, I think a lot of people missed what I'm going to point out. I posted it on my Facebook. You might have seen it, but I think the most important thing is not maybe the vehicle.
Yep. Let's show that. It's 30 seconds long.
Yep.
Go ahead. There we go. And there you go. I'm going to go to the end again, just so people can hear that again. Listen closely. Okay. I am putty in your hands.
That, my friends, is a frog croaking.
That's what it sounded like.
Keck.
Keck.
I love that. I was like, I heard it the first time and I was like, what is that? And then I listened to it one more time and I was like, oh my God, that's a frog.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. That's a shout out to us.
I think so. And there was also something, and I'm trying to remember where I saw this, but there was a link to, let me find it. Let me see this. Yeah.
We're low.
You're low? Todd is too low. Okay. Let me see what I can do about that.
Eric.
Yeah. Let me bump you guys up. Okay. Let's try that.
Check 1 2. Check.
Did you say keck 1 2? Keck 1 2.
Is that better, folks?
Yeah, let us know how that's doing. And also, let me see. Was that guys? Who sent me or who posted about the stealth bomber not being stealth? I swear to God, I get information coming from so many directions. Please, don't take offense if I don't, or if Todd or Cindy do not. It'll come around. It'll come around if you're not getting, a shout out. Okay. And it had to do with a stealth bomber flying undetected. But when is a stealth bomber not stealth? And it had to do with when the landing gear was down. And it took us to a drop, and I can't find it.
Oh.
And I can't find it. Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah, so please send that to me in Messenger, folks, if you have that. It was a tweet, and I can't remember whose tweet it was, but I'll try to get us back to that here shortly.
Well, that kind of along the same lines as the Eagle, though. The Eagle has landed.
Right.
And that
Yeah.
stealth bomber coming in for a landing, obviously gear down. I don't know that they're trying to say it's, I think I read that same post, but when you're going to get the best pictures of the stealth when it's flying over your head like that, when it's close to the ground and could be landing or even taking off, but I think that was landing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, sometimes I think we read into the posts, like whatever, there's like 90 million things you could read from it. But the only thing I took out of the whole thing was really the frog at the end. That was the shout out I took.
Mm-hmm.
Along with it being a cool, he always posts cool stuff.
Yeah, he does. And
it's got comms in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, was it PJ? Barb, was it PJ on Twitter? Let me see if this is it. Well, let's go over PJ's anyway, because Barb dropped it for us, and it's always great stuff. And then we'll go to your next thing here. So,
alrighty.
POTUS's tweet is loaded with comms. First of all, POTUS had a -1. Well, this might be getting into your thing, but Ghost in the Daylight. Okay, Colorado Springs. When does the B-2 drop the first bomb? Bill Barr fit into 8 spaces. Reconfig graphic. Knowledge is power. This was 3671. Let's take us to 3671 so we can get a closer look at that. So this is interesting that the B-2 drops the first bomb, and then it's let me see. Anons, why would we provide the date of the Pfizer release? Logical thinking, ammunition is finite. Okay, December 2nd, 2019. Anons, why would we provide the date? Okay. The IG report the same week as 2 base shootings. Okay. Do you still stand by your statement that the Trump campaign was spied upon? Bill Barr, it was clearly spied upon. What do you think of the bar scenario today? And did you do a dive on the tweets?
Well, yeah, I did. And there's a lot more to it than what meets the eye. It's really the timestamp on the Bill Barr non-resignation letter.
Yeah,
is fantastic.
Awesome.
But one thing that I don't want to get off track though, so I just don't know where this guy. I haven't read PJ's analyzation of the B2.
It was a retweet of Doc Rock. Let me play here real quick.
Why aren't people going to prison for what they did to the president? And on the other side, throw Bill Barr in prison. And these things take time.
It's the motherfucking Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg.
So many things point to Barr being on the good side, and so many things point to him maybe not. Here's 45 seconds.
But also, a few weeks ago, I told him that he should spend just as much attention on the post-election period. And I did that because of some of the stuff that Horowitz has uncovered, which to me is inexplicable. Inexplicable. Well, what I said is their case collapsed after the election, and they never told the court, and they kept on getting renewals on these applications. There was documents falsified in order to get these renewals. There was all kinds of withholding of information from the court. And the question really is, what was the agenda after the election that kept them pressing ahead after their case collapsed? This is the President of the United States. But also, a few weeks ago, I told...
So, they keep saying, who knows where the bodies are buried, right?
Yep.
This is a guy who knows where a lot of bodies are buried.
Yes, he does. For a fact.
Yeah. And, we're talking CIA. We're talking Herbert Walker Bush. We're talking a guy who, had security clearance, going way back. And, maybe it's time to turn around, but there's also conjecture as to, like, Laura, yes, I mentioned the connection his dad was with Jeffrey Epstein, was a mentor. So what was the connection there, right? And by the way, yeah, Gerald says Barr wrote a highly complimentary letter for someone resigning. And yeah, I want to get to that with you. But how amazing, how else would you get the mainstream media to listen to Bill Barr? Right. Unless he's resigning, supposedly. He writes a letter, right? And then the rest is, and then the mainstream media has to cover it.
Yeah, and he has to play a part also, whether he's good or bad.
Yes.
He's done whatever Trump wants him to do.
Well, let's go back to that, Todd.
I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, let's go back to, the deals that were struck, right? And you can either take, what's behind curtain number one, which is, a hangman, okay? Or you can take curtain number two, which is life in prison. And if you choose curtain number two, life in prison's 3 square meals, a walk in the sun in Cuba, and you get to live out your life and catch up on some reading.
And have a good
and get a little tan, yeah. And so which is it going to be? And if it's curtain number two, well, here's your script. Right, Todd?
If he's a patriot, there is no script. So there's 3 actual possibilities. Right. Play ball. Don't play. You're bad, play ball. You're bad, you don't play ball, you go away. You're good, you help us. and
Right.
you still play a part. So
Yeah.
obviously, up to this point, he's playing a part, and we don't know the good or bad, but it really doesn't matter. You know, I kind of tried to explain to a lot of Schneidheads over the weekend that I had conversations with via Messenger that it really doesn't matter
Mm-hmm.
because we have it all. So
Yeah.
it,
We're gonna get the same result.
it doesn't, no, it doesn't matter. And if he was the plug that was holding all the information back, then the information will flow now and it'll be all over.
Yeah.
If he wasn't, then they wanted that information held back and they didn't want him to do anything, and they told him that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, a lot of people burn daylight, you know, trying to figure out whether he's good, bad, indifferent, his dad, all his ties, everything, all, you know, Dominion stock, money. I just don't go down that path myself because it doesn't matter to me.
Yep. Yep. Hey, I think we broke a record tonight, guys. I think we're up over. Are we? Are we over 3,000? I think we 2,000. Yeah, I think we might be over 3,000. I have a tough time adding them all up.
Good. Let's say 3,000 then. We're good.
Yeah, which is probably more like 9,000 considering the way they're throttling us.
Times 70.
Yeah.
Because I figured it out the other day. It was 70 to 1. In,
Right.
we had
Right.
one person alone
Yeah.
in Facebook.
Exactly. So thank you guys for showing up. Please support this broadcast. We are 100% supported by you and by our a few offerings that we have. I'll get into here in a little bit. So, Todd, why don't you take me down your path? This thing still hasn't shown up yet, and so I want to get. I want to keep the flow going here.
Well, I just think the actors, you have to look at this as a movie. And we've been saying this for, I think we're up to about 8 or 9 months now.
Yeah.
That all these people are saying, doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing within the actions that Trump wants them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Patriots are in control, have been in control, and playing this out this whole time. Just like this election. You did a great job earlier explaining, 2 years ago, he wrote the executive order that names everything that we're dealing with right now.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ask yourself, whoa, that was a coincidence that President Trump just envisioned all of this stuff we're dealing with today.
Right.
And wrote an executive order explaining it. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to really shake people, and say, look, it doesn't, this minutia, the electoral college met, they're
Mm-hmm.
everybody's freaking out. I don't see it like they do. And I don't see it like, I still get panic messages and I try to deal with it, because I don't want anybody to be in fear. And I don't want anybody to be in apprehension. But I'm saying this as honest as I can be. I'm 100%, 100%. There's not a cell in my body that's thinking, "Oh, I wonder." This has already been taken care of. They're just playing it out.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to understand because you're thinking, I understand where people are when they see the news and they watch TV and all the reports they get. And, there's still disinformation out there among the Anons even,
Right.
Everybody freaking out about stuff. And I just don't look at it through that lens.
Right. So, finishing up on, I agree with you. It's, this is a show and what we're seeing, because here's the thing. Here's the thing that's going to, this is what this is the reason, Barb sent this to me right here. Okay. Taking us back to this, because you picked up the B-2 bomber, heard the frog. Keck is like the Anons say to each other, is kind of like a greeting. Somebody had asked that on the chat.
Or it replaces LOL also.
Yeah. Kind of replaces LOL. So which a lot of people think LOL is, Lucifer, our Lord, so people aren't really hip to the LOL.
Yes.
Because they feel that it's a satanic empowerment. Everybody uses LOL, LOL, LOL. You got to be kidding me. So, but here's the key about this connection to the stealth bomber, and it is a 1 year delta from today. And the tweet, and I'm going to show you this here. What's in here, but it says, the post says, when does the B-2 drop the first bomb? Bill Barr fit into 8 spaces. Reconfig graphic, knowledge is power. Let me now take you to that graphic. And pull this up. Transition over here and take you to this. And this was from November 3rd, 2018. So 17 reposted this. Keep your eye on the ball. Midterms and memes. Kill brackets. Remember, POTUS already ordered the D-class. Rod Rosenstein pushed back hard. How do you remove installed blockade? D-class, D-class, D-class. How do you navigate around installed corrupt FBI DOJ? Use a stealth bomber. And then it's got 8 spaces. Vote, vote, vote. 17. Okay? Whitaker also is 8 letters. Okay? But 17 mentions on the 1 year delta of today, okay, the fact that Bill Barr fits into 8 spaces. And reconfig graphic, knowledge is power. Capitalized power. So, interesting 1 year delta, yeah. And Scavino drops the B-2 bomber over the weekend. What day did he do that?
Was that Sunday night? Let me look back. I think it's been. Let me go back. That was 23 hours ago, Dave.
23 hours ago.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very cool.
Yeah, I love that.
All right. So, and then Bill Barr has his so-called resignation letter, which, by the way, if you guys have not read it, it's like, I mean,
I'm going on vacation to see my family.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm honored to have served under you. You have faced relentless, implacable resistance. Your victory speech, in which you reached out to your opponents and called for working together for the benefit of the American people, was immediately met by a partisan onslaught against you, in which by the way, you see, I'm reading from CNN, right? Wait a minute. Darn it, I left you behind. Sorry, guys. Oh, I got to do this. I got to do the window capture here. There you go. So I'm reading it from CNN.
The only place to go for news.
Well, what I love about it is that everybody that watches CNN or reads CNN is going to read this letter.
Yep.
And it's like how great President Trump is.
Right.
And what assholes the left has been.
Yep.
The nadir of this campaign was the effort to cripple, if not oust, your administration with the frenzied and baseless accusations of collusion with Russia. You could have weathered these attacks, much less forge ahead with a positive program for the country. You built the strongest, most resilient economy in American history, one that has brought unprecedented progress to those previously left out. You have restored American military strength. By brokering historic peace deals with the Mideast, you have achieved what most thought impossible. You have curbed illegal immigration and enhanced the security of our nation's borders. You have advanced the rule of law by appointing a record number of judges committed to constitutional principles. With Operation Warp Speed, you delivered a vaccine for CV on a schedule no one thought conceivable, a feat that will undoubtedly save millions of lives. During your administration, the Department of Justice has worked tirelessly to protect the public from violent crime, worked closely with leaders in Mexico to fight the drug cartels, cracked down on China's exploitation of our economy and workers, defended competition in the marketplace, especially the technology sector, and supported the men and women of law enforcement who selflessly and too often thanklessly risk their lives to keep our communities safe. As discussed, I will spend the next week wrapping up a few remaining matters important to the administration and depart on September 23rd. Wishing you, Melania, and your family a Merry Christmas and a blessed holiday season. God bless. See you after the new year. No, it didn't say that, but that's what it sounds like. See you next year, Todd. See you next year.
For December 23rd, right?
Yeah.
And the 24th is a holiday anyway, right?
Yeah.
Well, do something. You got to placate me on this, and we can just go to this now because it fits so well.
Sure.
Why don't we do the timestamp on this, Dave?
Great. And by the way, also on the 24th, the federal executions that Bill Barr fought for to reinstigate within the United States. He got that. He successfully got this, and also added that you can be killed by waiting room. Killed by waiting room. I'm looking at my computer. Killed by firing squad. As of December 24th. Now, what I don't know is if you're sentenced before then, can you not be killed by firing squad? And is that why they're waiting to give them a Christmas present? That yes, you are involved in, federal election fraud, and you will be, killed by firing squad. So, yeah, very interesting timing on all this. Yeah.
Very interesting. And what's more interesting, if you look, we've got confirmation on this tweet or this drop. It's so great.
So where do you want me to go with the timestamp?
That drop was at 4:39 p.m.
4:39, and whose drop was it?
That was President Trump's Bill Barr tweet.
Because I want to go to that. Okay. And let's see how busy he's been.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Nope.
Yeah, that's it since then. Okay, so here's the tweet 5 hours ago with that letter. I love that I was reading that from CNN's website, by the way. I love it. Okay, so 4:39 p.m., which would have been.
It's 4:39. They've changed those to all.
Yeah.
All you don't have to do the adjustment.
Interesting.
Yeah. Very convenient, huh?
Interesting. Yeah.
You
okay.
have 4:39 there, right?
4:39, and I'm West Coast. Todd is Central, and President Trump is East Coast, obviously.
Yep.
All right. So let's go to Q, and let's go to 4:39, and see what we got here. December 23rd, 2011. Shuttle program terminated by Hussein. U.S. loses space dominance. Iran nuke deal. North Korea nuke missile tech. SpaceX, NASA Tech 2 ? HRC SAP's private server connected. Basically, that's, like 9 digits, millions, 100 million, hundreds of millions pocketed. Eye of Ra, left eye, marker, symbolism, evil, stupid, justice. Q post missing letter I are markers. What rocket fired today? I message sent. What rocket fired today?
I looked it up. I didn't see any launches of anything today, but here's the thing. Go back to the very top and the start of this and check the date again. We were just talking in the...
Oh my God, December 23rd. Yeah, I totally glazed over that. Wow.
That's the message.
Wow. December 23rd. He's leaving supposedly December 23rd.
Yeah, that's your connection.
Yeah. The rocket fired could be he's a rocket and he got fired, but I don't think that's the case.
Well, there's another way of looking at this, Dave. That's a subtle hint that you're in the right space when they talk about December 23rd in what you're reading, and then you use that as a stamp to go to the drop.
Yeah.
And they talk about December 23rd. But I also want to bring this to your attention. This morning, and this was the first one that I looked at. This is 14 hours ago.
Okay.
It's actually the 8:24 post, I believe. I didn't save any of this on my computer, but I did see it. So it's 8:24. Yeah, that's the message that we need to be aware of now.
Okay. And where did 8:24 come from?
8:24 came from President Trump's tweet this morning.
Oh, okay. So we're going to, let me see.
This is a message to us, I believe.
Okay. 8:24. This was the first vaccine administered.
Yes.
Congratulations, USA. Congratulations, world. And that takes us to the 8:24 timestamp, takes us to 17 drop, 8:24. Comms off, 2:17. Comms off, 2.
Comms off.
Interesting. What do you make of that?
Well, I took it as they're not going to be communicating anymore with us through this. We'll see. Or there's another way of looking at it, but I've done some of the timestamps. Like, I don't think that communication that we just did, the 439.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think that hit anything. Talking about SpaceX and all that.
Right.
I don't know that was any kind of a comm. We'll find out if they continue. But I was noticing a lot of blank hits on the timestamps, and going by that 8:24 post, comms off. Maybe they don't need to say anymore to us.
Well, let's verify that. Well, that was an interesting link about the 23rd, though.
Yeah.
December 23rd. And so looking at the, did you do any gematria on that?
I did some gematria yesterday that was fantastic, but I didn't do anything today.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday's were wow. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Because, by the way, while you're looking for that, let's just take a quick break of President Trump arriving at the Army-Navy game.
Oh, awesome.
I think that is just fantastic. Just a short clip, 49 seconds.
And if you look closely, there's a frog in the back.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that. There's Christopher Miller behind him.
Yes, the gray-haired gentleman.
Yep, Secretary of Defense. No mask. What a boss. Okay, now they cut that out too quickly here. Okay. All right, now, Todd, I want to discuss the mascots. Damn, they're cutting it off way too soon, boy. I got to get right there. Now, as far as I know, the Army and the Navy are not, their mascot is not a frog. But you can see on the left-hand corner there are actually two frogs. Okay? We only see one in this picture. Okay? See this frog up here in the upper left-hand corner?
Yeah, the green one, right? It's right behind your live position right now, where you're. It's hard to see.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
am I blocking it?
Yeah, it's the live part is blocking some of it, but you can see it.
Okay, so I made it smaller so you guys can see it right here, clear as day. I mean, literally, everyone's wearing, the pea coats, right? Dark. Everyone's dressed in the same uniform, and then there's a big old frog right out in the middle, right there. Okay, so that's hilarious. Okay, and then 17 is just a conspiracy, right?
Oh yeah.
And so, and you got Pepe sitting in the audience there, for crying out loud. And then there was another one, if you guys could send that to me. The other one, which was a little bit more subtle, was a little bit farther away, okay? And so I want to go to a couple of Trump's tweets here, but let's go. So what did you think about? Let's see.
I had another decode I did on this, Dave. On that video, it glitched at 35 seconds. It glitched. Did you notice that?
On the one I just showed you?
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't play close attention because of the source. Wasn't a source. I just thought it was somebody that cut that together.
No, I think it was a message.
Okay.
I think there were 3 actual glitches. It was at 35 seconds, at 38 seconds, and then one after that. But the 35 was really relevant.
Oh, that's right, because he did retweet it.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go to the glitch.
Yeah, it was. I remember I did it yesterday, and it was Saturday night. Whenever he posted it the first time, or whenever I saw it.
Okay, let me try.
When it glitched, I wrote down the times.
Cool. Here we go.
They were significant.
There we go. Come on now. All right, I'm going to make it smaller again. This is not coming up. This is not doing it. What's going on? Yeah, I forgot this was this retweet.
Yeah, you know how President Trump is pretty, let's say, picky about his video,
Tweets.
his audio, and he wouldn't have been very happy with not having a clean video feed.
That's true.
This
All
is
right, here it is. Here it is. Yep, there it is. Absolutely, you're right. Okay, it freezes at 35 for just like a second.
Yep.
Okay, so you went to 35?
Yeah.
Awesome. So let's go to 35, guys. By the way, we were here the other night.
I'm laughing because I already know what it says.
November 1st, 2017. POTUS will be well insulated, protected on Air Force One and abroad, specific locations classified while these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment. It is time to take back our country and make America great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everyone here can understand. Follow the questions from the previous threads and remain calm. The primary targets are within D.C. and remain at the top on both sides. The spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Look for more false flags, stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. God bless my fellow Americans. 4/10/20.
God bless my fellow Americans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Significant.
Yes. And it's from POTUS
Right.
because it's signed 4/10/20,
Yep.
which is DJT numerologically, Donald John Trump. And, you know, yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I thought you'd like that one.
That's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, the glitch, I thought it was on my end.
No,
But
I learned that back when I heard that knocking in the background on the when the black community leaders were meeting with Trump in the round table. I learned that all of that production stuff.
Yep.
That's because he's very, very particular on having good sound, good visual. You know, he wants everything clean and neat. He was in television. Yeah. I mean, why should it be crappy? Why can't you just have a good video?
And by the way, do you think he was well insulated in that video?
I think he was very well insulated.
He had generals on either side of him. The head of defense, Mindy, Hannah, Mandy, I'm going to check that out. Spending time with family.
The whole military too. Talk about
the entire stance.
Yeah,
that love him, love him.
Oh yeah, they had a great time. Chanting USA and cheering for their president. They love him.
Absolutely. Hey, so Hannah and Mindy said this, and Hannah brought it to my attention because I didn't see Mindy's, but she said, do the Gematria for spending time with family. And this was President Trump's comment about Attorney General Barr. I just had a very nice meeting with Attorney General Bill Barr at the White House. Our relationship has been a very good one. He has done an outstanding job! As per letter, Bill will be leaving just before Christmas to spend the holidays with his family. So are we doing Gematria for spending the holidays with his family or spending time with family?
Well, what is it capitalized? I'm not there right now.
No.
Yeah, I don't just pick random phrases. Just been capitalization.
Spending holidays with his family. The only thing that I find somewhat interesting here is that it doesn't make sense. So the reason for him doing this doesn't make any sense. Okay. The Gematria for the exact verbiage. A storm is coming, you must hurry. That's a top Jewish Gematria. Drunk with the blood of martyrs, time to pay the piper, you jerk, replica of the necklace in the film Pretty Woman. Doesn't matter because the Holy Spirit is coming soon. 12:30. Thank you. Multiple hologramic inserts for the ascension of both mankind and the planet. Super Bowl 14. Don't walk away. Dark matter hurricane on its way. And then English. Close encounters of the godly kind, get ripe up on yellow pig's sun, infiltration instead of invasion. That's what we're dealing with here.
Good.
From China. Yeah, this is pretty good. The Pentagon, the World Trade Center. That's obviously alluding to possible 9/11 exposure, D-class. American President David Nathaniel Bridge. I don't know what that is. Recapture King Solomon's kingdom. So pretty cool. Fallen angels are the actual Illuminati. So thank you for that, Hannah and Mindy, and thanks for getting my attention, Hannah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
You were mentioning did I do any Gematria or anything? And this one will blow your mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, Hannah just said spending time with family came up JFK Jr. Nice. But the thing about that is that that wasn't what was mentioned, what Trump said.
Yeah.
And normally, we only do the capital letters for the that those have been the comms in the past.
Right. Yeah,
right.
Even if it works out, it's hard to, you could just open the door to Gematria anything.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want to do the best Gematria I think I've probably done this whole time.
Yes.
Go to President Trump one day ago, which is in the same neighborhood where you were. The biggest winner of our new defense bill is China. I will veto.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That there's never been, I don't know if there's ever been a better Gematria than that one.
Yep. When was that?
That was one day ago.
Yeah.
I posted on Facebook about that one, so people might have done it, but for people watching the show that didn't see it, that is mind-blowing.
Why am I... Here it is. The biggest winner of our new defense bill is China. I will veto.
Yep.
Okay. And let me go to the Gematria.
It's great.
The GE matrix. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Let us open the present under the tree without you making too big a deal of it. Let me see.
Okay, it's not that good.
There you go. Under promise, over deliver, Todd. Okay.
Well, you could just humor me.
The biggest winner of our new defense bill is China. I will veto. Okay, we go on Jewish or English?
Well, you can start in Jewish. There's
okay.
Some there.
SJDI SJD, I bought my first home in Wyandotte on Superior Boulevard.
That's it. That's the one.
Wow. Wow.
Isn't that
That's powerful. Let's just pretend that's really powerful and move on and just let all the Snedheads be like, what? What?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go on.
Wyandotte on Superior Boulevard, what? Hey, Donna, let me know what that is. They're all caps from that one, please. So, all right, do I have to research SJD and Wyandotte, or are we going on?
No, you can just go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, the big hits were in English, and that'll take a while to go down. So why don't you just go down to English, and then you can go back and pick up the are in Jewish. There are some in Jewish, but they're
okay. The United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, patriot. Awesome. Yeah, I did this from your post, actually. President Donald J. Trump drained the swamp, level playing field. Awesome. God's chosen president, Donald J. Trump, where we go one, we go all. Awesome. Wow. The silent majority. What's that?
Who is searching that? Who's searching that? So that's the highest search.
587 people searched that.
But I'm saying, I mean, nobody's searching that.
I know.
This is a.
So yeah, okay. Todd's point here is that how many people are there? Really, 587 people that are going on and searching the actual words, God's chosen president, Donald J. Trump, where we go one, we go all. No. But there are comms, people on the Q team, President Trump's team, that are searching that exact phrase so that it goes up in the search terms, so it comes at the top when he drops the tweet that he dropped. Because the tweet that he dropped is got two meanings. One meaning for the mainstream media propaganda prostitutes, okay, to chomp on. The other is for the Anons, us, to be able to decipher what exactly he's saying. So that's what that's all about, okay? So nobody goes on there and searches things, right? So the silent majority is stronger than ever. Just watch. Beautiful. Again, who's searching that, right? The golden ratio measure is the fingerprint of the Most High. I love that. The marriage of the Demiurge Yabaloth and the Kundalini Shakti Devi. Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
That is.
Right there.
And then we'll just act really surprised, and people will be like, "Oh, I guess I don't know what I'm doing here." Right? In the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. Serpent hissing, yeah. Beatles, yeah? No.
Yep.
Yeah. Serpent hissing, serpent rising, explodes skull and bones. How awesome is that? Yes, Linda, I'm gonna go to the stealth soon. Nettles, thank you. And who else said that too? It was from one of my boys over in Twitch land. I'm gonna do that, and that's the one I was meaning to go to earlier when I put stealth bomber. I just needed to put in stealth. Yes, Abbey Road. Yeah, thanks, Travis.
Yep.
Orion's pointing to Egypt, and Sphinx pointing to China.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Austin Lee Meredith, he will be rewarded and compensated for all. I do not know Austin Lee Meredith. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. Who had 7 sons and 3 daughters? Biblical, I'm sure. The money pit in Oak Island was aid buried for the future king. The organized criminals claimed that Zachary... Okay. And then it drops off here, right? The serpent vessels truly deserve eternal torment. And then everyone stopped fighting and shared the world. The end. That's awesome.
Yep.
I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Okay. How many people searched that? I'm still full of hate, man. I still hate all you guys and girls. CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research, corrupt. Absolutely.
Yep.
The 10th day from Yom Teruah is the Feast of Yom Kippur. Can anybody tell me the dates on that? Sounds like Job. Job had 7 sons and 3 daughters. Okay, awesome. I tell you what, I remember my mom once saying to Amy, I was working and they were waiting on me to go somewhere, and Amy tells this story, and they were waiting. We were supposed to leave, and I was still working on something. And my mom just turns to her and says, because we were all in the same room, says to her quietly, "You have the patience of Job." And only the way my mother could, and it was hilarious. So 7 sons, 3 daughters. Cool.
See, there were some sporadic ones that if you just go down without reading every one in the Jewish, there's some that pick up in the President Trump stuff too.
Is that right?
Yep.
People that have billions and billions of dollars stashed away.
Yep.
Yeah. Craigslist owned by fake Jew created for spying and gathering data. 241 people searched that. Let's see. Just a little quick on Job's character and wealth. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and his man was blameless and upright, fearing God and shunning evil. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 female donkeys, and a very large number of servants. Job was the greatest man of all the people in the East. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie dropped that for us. Property is no longer secure and rights aren't respected. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. Government of Canada suspended mobile radiation measurements. This is interesting. The government agents that mimic Satan will meet the same fate.
Yep.
Wow.
There's a lot.
Believe in me and you shall not be ashamed, for I am the living Christ, the very essence of psychotronic magic and how it operates. The devils are working towards their own destruction. Wow. The Holy Spirit is love while the Holy Ghost is lust. Zeus has been killing members of organized crime the whole time. In the end, their arrogance will dissipate with their souls.
Isn't it great?
Wow. Wow, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, I was going to screenshot, but I instead of that, I just told everybody to go to it and check it out.
He brings light to darkness through the power of the word.
Light to dark.
Unbelievable. Yeah, this is an awesome. Mankind is this is Jewish. Mankind is very fortunate for the opportunity to redeem ourselves. The wicked will have to save themselves in the end.
Yep.
Newly released Clinton emails show favors for foundation donors. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
How many people searched that? 132. That's 132 anons, folks. Wow. The spirit guide chooses you and chooses when to reveal itself to you. The wicked are now deserving of being dropped out of the solar system. Casino owners allow big wins to friends and family, keeping it in their circle. They really think they are gods and are really getting deleted out of existence, and it's funny. Oh my God. The Dracos should have left humans alone, and now they shall pay the ultimate price. The entire family's wicked because they're weak and sold out to Satan. Wonder who they're talking about. Biden. Wow.
Yeah, there's a ton in there.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that was a definite great Tom.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's when you know you're right. You know, if you catch a few here and there, it can still be right. It's just whatever they want to send out. But that was like, whoa.
Arizona Element says, I will give you 3 sheep, 3 goat, and 9 chickens for your attention again, Dave. Hence 339. LOL. Have I been ignoring you guys? Huh? Todd's very needy, folks. He's very needy. I got to spend a lot of time on him.
You know, there was one more that I did in Gematria because they were back to back. I did the one right below it. In the first, Dave, it says the actual is most corrupt election in U.S. history. I actually typed in the most corrupt election in U.S. history, and it was like, wow. Sometimes those accidents we make are not always accidents, I don't think. So all I did was add a the.
Serpent, hissing serpent, rise and explode skull and bones again.
Yep.
So that means it's the same number in Jewish Gematria as the other one, I think. Wormwood.
Well, it didn't further go on from there. There must be a change in that. But the hissing serpent, maybe they said hissing twice, or
yeah. Let me see.
Or it's a different number.
Yeah. 2427.
Yeah, the results are different.
And 2264. Yeah, you're right. Jesus gonna set you free, Father. Clean up your own mess. Writer of the law, a serpent devil writing. The girl who cried wolf. We're enforcing the law. Zim ruining Russian TV. Zim, that's a Zimbabwe currency.
Yep.
Interesting. English. Human angels exist on earth at the present time. An obnoxious and foolish and loquacious talker, completion of the plan, confirmation, thank you. All the serpents have is arrogance at this point.
Confirmation of the plan.
Yeah. Confirmation, yeah. Completion of the plan, confirmation. Thank you. Yeah, this information is 100% true. Extraterrestrial proof. Austin Lee Meredith again. Who's Austin Lee Meredith, guys?
I don't know. He's in a lot of stuff. I don't know if he's putting it in himself.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one that said he... That was Austin Sumner.
Okay, so this is the one I was looking for. So, Todd, when I was talking about the stealth earlier, okay?
Yep.
You guys were helping me out with that, just searching stealth, right? So
yeah, that's a big one in Q search.
So this is forbidden. This is no longer that particular link is no longer from September 21st, 2020. But here's December 14th, 2019, another Delta. When a B-2 bomber is no longer stealth, think public statements made last week. What must that signal? That's why I said with the B-2 stealth bomber, when the landing gear is down, it loses its stealthness, because at that point it's just landing back where it's supposed to be, so it's not a big deal. Planned coordinated attacks on Barr coming. Smear campaign. Public opinion is important. Information warfare. A traitor's justice. Now, what public statements do you guys think were made last week that might be, significant to the stealth bomber of what Dan Scavino dropped? This is QAlerts.app, guys. This is the QAlerts.app is the one of the many depositories, if you will, for the 17 drops. Okay, so. Yeah, Craig, the Palladians are kicking the Draco's arses. I like it. And then stealth bomber, date of first flight, date of Mueller's testimony, A, B, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, B2. That was July 10th, 2019. This goes back to, again, the stealth bomber silent, probe conclusion coming, coincidence collusion occurring as new AG installed. Okay, so this is huge, right? So Scavino knew what was going down today, right, with that B-2 bomber drop yesterday. February 9th, 2019. This is why we know they're looking into the future. Optics are important. Stealth bomber silent, question mark. Okay. Reread Mueller regarding design 2 drops. Probe conclusion coming, -30. Coincidence conclusion occurring as new AG installed. Conclusion occurring as new AG installed. New AG was installed today. What is the purpose of Whitaker? Reread drops regarding Scaramucci model. Purpose. Who did Scaramucci remove? I don't know that. Effective. Optics important. What occurs post-installed blockade removal? D-class. RR complete removal. OIG release of findings. How are they preparing to combat? Narrative equals vital. House Intel launch of more fake investigations in attempt to retain false narrative and claim political attacks if investigated prosecuted themselves. AS, Adam Schiff, Southern District of New York Attorney General, attempts to retain blockade, attempts to prevent public release of the truth, 0 leaks regarding Huber, 0. Do not mistake public silence for inaction. This is not another 4-year election. Welcome back. And Anand said that to 17. We never left. It's time to return publicly. So all of these things, Whitaker and so forth, happened at this time that they were posted, but many of the things are happening now that we need to look at. That's what they're telling us, right? Okay? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. And then it goes down through, Huber again, logical thinking required. How can arrests occur prior to removing the corruption from the DOJ and FBI? They can't, so they had to remove the corruption from the FBI and the DOJ. And if Barr was corrupt, then they just removed him. And if Wray is corrupt, they need to remove him. But they already removed a large percentage of the FBI and DOJ already. How can arrests occur prior to safely securing a majority of the Supreme Court? Constitution, rule of law. They did that. Trump did that. What is the role of the Senate? Goodlatte, Gowdy, Sessions, all resigned. Who did Sessions appoint in November 2017? Who is Huber? Regarding confirmed Huber? Who originally appointed Huber? Importance of partisan optics. Mandate charged to Huber. Resources provided to Huber. This is the Attorney General out of Utah. Okay. Mandate charged to Horowitz. Resources provided to Horowitz. Who was Sessions' chief of staff? What were the responsibilities of Whitaker? Role of chief of staff. Shadow players are the deadliest. Stealth. What is the advantage of having a temporary acting in a leadership position? Here's the benefit of that, folks. He doesn't need to be confirmed. Okay? So the replacement to Barr doesn't have to be confirmed by Congress. If he appointed a new attorney general, he would have to be confirmed, yeah?
Is he doing that?
Okay.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
A couple things.
Yeah.
One, someone just said that, did YouTube just go down that we're gone?
Okay. I can check that. By the way, YouTube went down last night.
Yes, for about 40 minutes.
Yeah. So YouTube went down for 45 minutes, but right now we're still up and running, and we are I think just over 3,000 on 5 platforms. So we're still showing on YouTube.
Okay.
As far as I can tell.
Okay.
And what else?
Is Eric on tonight?
He is.
Okay. I'm trying to get his attention.
Okay.
I'd like to say to everyone that the show is about learning, and we're all here to pay attention to Dave and Todd and take a time to learn, and we're not here to take each other down. That's a 3D mentality, not a 5D mentality. We're here to learn and help each other grow and reveal the truth. And the one thing that the cabal wants is to have everybody divided, and that nothing would please them more at the very end here than to come in here and have division amongst all of us, whether it's on YouTube or if it's on Facebook or any other platform.
Yep.
I think we all need to step back and make sure that we're actively listening to what Dave and Todd are saying, rather than other things that I'm seeing going on in the comments, because I think that there's a lot of division trying to be taken place, and it's not healthy for the group, and I think that there's going to be some people booted if they don't stop.
Yeah, I'll second that, Cindy. See, guys, the reason why this is such a great space is because, I don't tolerate just bad behavior, right? If I was having a party at my house, which is basically what I'm doing here, for 3,000 people, okay? And everyone's having a great time. Everyone's chatting. Everyone's talking. Everything's going great. We're having a great time. We got music. We got visuals. We got we're hanging out. Everyone's got a drink. They're hanging with their pet. They're hanging with their love. They're hanging with their family. Watching this. Don't be messing that up. If you were at my party at my home, I'd kick you out. And so if anybody's causing problems here that's messing up the vibe, just mods, please just do away with them. All right? And it could be, you're a long-time listener or whatever, but, there's no reason to be coming at anybody. We've got to come together, not be split apart. Well said, Cindy. Thanks for that reminder, because I am seeing some people mention
yeah, and you never know, it might be the person that you think is your best friend. You just never know.
Yeah. So like Christine said, amen, I was almost ready to leave because I just want peace. There's enough to worry about. Yeah, this is peaceful, guys. This is fun. And I've blown out people that have disrupted or lied to my people. I've blown them out. And I'm not here to placate anybody. I'm here to provide some good information, provide a safe community where we can all hang out. So please don't leave before communicating with Cindy, or with Eric, or with Barbara, and we'll and of course the Twitchers. You guys are on that, between Pete and Brent and Sandoof. You guys are, and Straws. You guys got it handled. And who am I forgetting? Randy. Am I forgetting anybody? So yeah, so let's just show some love to each other, folks, because Lord knows we need it. Okay, we could use some love in this world. So
hey,
yeah, thank you, Cindy.
Anthony,
Yeah, bud.
Anthony Domi just sent me a really good little piece of information.
Awesome.
I sent it to you in Messenger. Thank you, Anthony.
Awesome. Thanks, Anthony.
He does great work.
Well, he does, but let me see what he's got before I start thanking him, though. Can't. Let's see. And Anthony, sorry if I missed yours, if you sent it directly to me. Okay, this was 11:05. This is not, so my time, 11:07, or 9:05, I mean. Okay. Whoa, okay. This just happened?
Looks like it. Looks like it was 20 minutes ago, per the screenshot. I don't know.
So, okay. Let me pull this up. So, wow. WikiLeaks just dumped all of their files online. Everything from Hillary Clinton's emails, McCain's being guilty, Vegas shooting done by an FBI sniper, Steve Jobs' HIV letter, which we've seen.
Yep.
Pedo Podesta, Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Bilderberg, CIA agents arrested for rape, WHO pandemic, happy digging. Here you go. Please read and pass on. Let me see.
No, I sent you the actual wiki dump. Now I don't know if this is different than the wiki dump we already had.
Right. Let's see.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It was just, Anthony said it was a big deal. So
Anthony, did you check this to make sure? It looks like Anthony sent me also a McCain treason.
Yes, that's what I'm going off of.
Okay. So it looks like Anthony already checked in on this.
He's looking now, he says.
Okay, cool. Yeah, please check that, double check it, and let's come back to it after you've confirmed.
Yep.
And is this from David Zublik?
Billionaire financier George Soros has been arrested and is currently being detained and interrogated at a bunker in Gastenau, Switzerland, before being extradited to the United States, where he will eventually be transported to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to face military tribunal as an enemy combatant against the United States.
Okay, let's see when that was. Yeah, that was a while ago, which I don't think was accurate. David Zublik reported on that. That might have been that I picked up an old one from Anthony. Yeah, I think I did. That was old. So yeah, check that out, Anthony. Please get back to us, and we'll look into that further. But how interesting that if that is new, how the that clip is old. And inaccurate too, by the way, I believe, because Soros has been around since then. So this is, what's going on. Did I lose you?
Yeah, me?
Oh no, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got
Go
a
ahead.
bunch of people reported back that YouTube's fine.
Good. Cool.
And Vincent Kennedy has a very, very interesting tweet 45 minutes ago.
Yep, we love ourselves some Vincent Kennedy. So let's go check out Vincent, guys.
Really cool. It's General Flynn.
Okay. Okay, and this is Flynn?
Yes, this is General Flynn talking about how all of us supporting him when he was going through his tough times. It's awesome.
Cool.
Have you ever gone scuba diving?
I have.
You ever done buddy breathing?
I have.
Well, American people have been buddy breathing with me for 4 years. Another way to describe it was the deep state buried me 6 feet under the ground, wanted me to die. Somehow somebody stuck a straw up through that, or a straw was allowed to be stuck up to the air, and I laid down there for 4 years breathing through that straw. But that straw became wider and wider and wider over the years because the American people came to my family's aid. And I'll tell that story someday, because that's an amazing story about people that have nothing and they're willing to give me everything. Have you ever
Wow.
gone scuba diving?
I have.
That's awesome. General Michael Flynn, folks, is an American hero and really an amazing human being and a true patriot. And we're lucky to have him, and we're lucky to have President Trump come onto the scene and make sure that he was taken care of through the whole scenario. And now he's going to see justice served on the deep state, okay? Because you don't mess with people like that. You don't mess with people like Trump. You don't mess with people like the American people, the world population, and then have them exposed to what's really going on and get away with it. You're not going to get away with it. That includes the mainstream media, by the way. You're not going to get away with this. And you're going to prison, and you're going to be executed as well for your crimes against humanity, for your cover-up of human trafficking, of child trafficking, of all the top artists, all the top celebrities, the music. All of you are going down for the adreno, for all of that. You're going down.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
One of our snedheads over the course of the weekend, we actually had a call and talked to one of our snedheads, and she had mentioned a vision she had of straws, mentioning straws in particular. And
Really?
General Flynn was talking about how he felt like he was breathing through a straw.
It's 32 straws, Dave.
That's her handle is 32 straws.
Yeah. 32 straws. I just gave her a shout out.
Yeah.
And she had a dream about straws?
Yes, she had a vision. It was when she was awake.
Oh my God.
This was years ago, and that's how she came to her Twitter handle, or her handle that she goes under is straws. And then I heard Flynn talking about that, and I was like, wow.
Wow.
What are the odds?
She said in 2001.
Yeah, 19 years ago.
Cindy Shelton.
Yep.
If that's okay.
Yes.
Cindy.
Just had a conversation with her this weekend about it.
Oh my God, that just freaked me out.
Wow. Wow. That's cool.
There are no coincidences.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. And he's just talking about the straws. Wow. And they kept getting wider and wider.
Yep.
till we could climb out of him.
And hers kept doubling and doubling in number. So she had 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. She ended up at 32, and that's where she came up with 32 straws.
Wow.
It's just like, yeah, that's all you can say is wow.
Wow. Wow. Good night, Deborah. That's awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that, Cindy. That was beautiful.
Apparently, E is having a Q&A session on, is it Parlor? Teddy Phillips sent it to me.
Let me check that out. By the way, Pornhub just purged all unverified content from the platform after changing its policies to ban unverified uploaders, and MasterCard and Visa's decision to drop the platform entirely. Pornhub has removed millions of videos. Interesting. Because I think there's underage stuff on there. I wonder if Hunter Biden's account was taken off. Didn't he have an account on there?
Yeah, I thought he was part ownership.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the rumor. I never confirmed it, but
I didn't either.
I don't spend a lot of time on that.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. So anyway, you were saying, I'm sorry, to go to, we were just at Vincent Kennedy.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool that General Flynn was thanking us for supporting him and his family.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. So what do you think about, what do you think's going on? What do you think's going down? What did you think about the Anon asking Scavino to drop? And how about Trump being so quiet today? How about Scavino being quiet today?
Yeah, I think that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
I think maybe President Trump wasn't even planning on, well, of course everything's planned out, but, his earlier comm in the morning, I don't know what comms he was talking about shutting down the, 8:24 in the morning, I think.
Yeah.
That kind of struck me as, well, he won't need to communicate anymore if something's going down soon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much we've done what we're supposed to do and got the word out to as many people as we can.
Yeah.
And when I'm on here, I'm always just trying to help people navigate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to get anybody to believe my beliefs. I'm not trying to push anything down anybody. We always say, do your own research, come up with your own conclusions, and we're going to try to help. As a group, the hive mind is always more powerful. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out there that, I'm not trying to convince anybody I'm right, because it's just the information I've got in front of me that I'm working with. So,
right.
I learned just as much as anybody doing the show. It's been just a great experience just to, connect with so many great people, and
yeah,
people that just send the nice notes like, thank you for helping me navigate through this because I would have been a mess, or you made me feel better. That's the thanks that really means a lot.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because a lot of people think, feel like they're alone because of where they're at with their families. They might be awake and their family's asleep,
Yeah.
We become, in essence, the family. So that's why there shouldn't be any internal strife,
Exactly.
Nobody's trying to get rich or trying to influence or trying to, make it about them.
And by the way, this isn't shutting anybody up.
No, absolutely not.
This is about just be respectful with your words. I got to tell you, I had a nice conversation with a couple yesterday, just outside the grocery store. Lovely people, you know, and intelligent. Like, I know they're pretty intelligent, but completely indoctrinated.
Right.
And I don't think indoctrinated people are stupid. I was indoctrinated. I wasn't stupid. I just thought that I was actually getting news from the mainstream media. And once you realize that we're not, and that is total propaganda, then you realize that that's a mistake to trust them. People that we don't even know, that are paid by these, you know, corporate behemoths and banks and cabal. So that's why we need to. Interesting. Okay. So, but at any rate, I told him, I just dropped a load on him, right? And I said, listen, you might think I'm crazy, you know, just some guy here getting water, you know, but I got to tell you, you're going to find out in the next month or two, if not sooner, that you've been lied to about almost everything. And so I invited them to the show. They're probably they might even be watching. Hey guys, if you're seeing it, but it's, you know. But at the end, he said, "Well, you know what I loved is we had a respectful conversation, even though we're on opposite sides of the fence."
Right.
And I said, "Yeah, I love it too. I you know, you guys are awesome, right? I mean, because we didn't get heated. They were listening, right? They were listening to what I had to say. And I was listening to what they had to say, you know, and we weren't cutting each other off. We weren't disrespecting each other. And that's what it's all about. Yes. You know, certainly stand your ground, hold your principle, but it doesn't have to be contentious. Kay Richards Stapley said, Dave, Solar Winds interfaces with Sentinel, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister's site she created and developed. Kay, that's awesome. If you've got a link to that, Kay, would you send that to me in Messenger, please? That's awesome. Yeah, you're getting a lot of props, brother. A lot of people sending you some love. I hope you're seeing some of this.
I'm not seeing any of it, but
well, let me read a couple for you. Todd, thank you for all your input. You're a true patriot. Thanks, Todd. We appreciate all your and Cindy's input. Todd, from Kelly, Knuckles, Todd is brilliant on the drops for sure. Here's somebody saying, Todd is good. Dave is great.
Oh, I want that number right now.
Todd.
How much did you pay them?
I'm making that one up. I don't have to pay anybody. I'm just making it up because you guys don't see all the comments. I get all of them. You guys are seeing Facebook or YouTube or.
I don't have the show anywhere because I'm using 3 devices to try to research. I'm trying to keep up with people that are sending me stuff, and I know on this, and I'm talking to you. So
I know, right? Yeah. You got you've got as many hands going as I do. Todd's a beast at his research. Love it. Arizona Elements. Yeah, awesome stuff.
Well, I'm glad you guys appreciate it. You let me know all the time, you know.
Yeah.
And like I'm saying, I mean, we're in it together. This is not, you know, nobody's above anybody on this deal. We're all the same. We're all just trying to get through this.
Yeah. I do want to point out that De La asked, you know, what if Trump is corrupt just like all the other politicians? And here's the thing: you must be new here, otherwise, I think you would have had that answered multiple times here on this broadcast.
It's a good question, though.
It's a great question, and that's why I want to address it, because it's a very legitimate question.
Yep.
And you know, a couple things. One is, first of all, he wasn't a politician before he took office, right? He was a real estate mogul and a reality TV guy, and Just did a lot of different things. Here's the thing I've said about this, and I think this may help you with this, is that first of all, we know how closely he's communicating with 17, which is the drops that we're sharing with you now, okay? And we know that they've exposed the deep state like the information drop that we're getting on these boards, on the 8chan, the 4chan, and the 8kun boards that are kind of brought together under qalerts.app, qag.news, I think, a couple others, is the biggest information drop of really bad people. And Daisy said Trump just tweeted, is the biggest information drop against really bad people that we've ever seen on this planet. Like they're giving us information about really bad people that nobody knew about. It was 17 that started really talking about the horrible things that they're doing to children, and getting away with it. So they're exposing so much. Let's come back to that. Let's go to President Trump's tweet 5 minutes ago. This is big news. Dominion voting machines are a disaster all over the country. Change the results of a landslide election. Can't let this happen. Thank you for the genius, bravery, and patriotism of the judge. Should get a medal. And he's retweeting Kevin McCullough from KMC Radio. Evidence. Here is the forensic audit report of the Dominion voting machines in Michigan. In one county where 33% of the vote was switched electronically from real Donald Trump to Joe Biden. Think about that. 33% of everybody that voted for President Trump was switched to Joe Biden. Results, electronic flip, an attempt to erase records. This is from Antrim County, okay? Allied Security Operations Group, Antrim, Michigan Forensics Report, revised preliminary summary, report date 12/13. I had seen this earlier. I was surprised that Trump didn't tweet it earlier. Who we are. Client is Bill Bailey, attorney Matthew DePerno. Who we are. My name is Russell James Ramsland. I am a resident of Dallas County, Texas. I hold an MBA from Harvard and a political science degree from Duke. I have worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, among other organizations, and have run businesses all over the world, many of which are highly technical in nature. I have served on technical government panels. I am part of the management team of Allied Security Operations Group, as a group of globally engaged professionals who come from various disciplines to include Department of Defense, Secret Service, Homeland Security, and CIA. Provides a range of security services, but a particular emphasis on cybersecurity, open source investigation, and penetration testing of networks. You think this guy knows his stuff? We have patents pending in a variety of applications, from novel network security applications to supervisory control and data acquisition, protection, and safe browsing solutions for the dark and deep web. For this report, I've relied on these experts and resources. The purpose of this forensic audit is to test the integrity of Dominion voting system and how it performed in Antrim County, Michigan for the 2020 election. We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposely designed with inherent errors to create systematic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. Okay? Say that again. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified. The following is a breakdown of the votes tabulated for the 2020 election in Antrim County, showing different dates for tabulation of the same votes. November 3rd, 5th, and 21st. Registered voters, 21st. Registered voters, 22,082, the same. Total votes cast, 16,047, 18,059, back down to 16,044, all different. Biden, 7,769, Trump, 4,509. On the count on November 5th, Biden dropped by 500, almost 480. Trump went up by 5,200. Biden, 5,960, 9,748, third party. So the difference is 145, 255, 241. This is third party, I think. The number of third party votes. So they didn't vote Trump, they didn't vote Biden. Write-ins 14, 20, and 23. Total votes for president shows different numbers. The Antrim County Clerk and Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson have stated that the election night error detailed above by the vote flip from Trump to Biden was the result of human error caused by failure to update the Mansalona Township tabulator prior to election night for a down ballot race. We disagree and conclude that the vote flip occurred because of machine error built into the voting software designed to create error. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson's statement on October 6, 2020, that the correct results always were and continue to be reflected on the tabulator totals tape was false. So they're saying the Secretary of State's statement was false.
Boom.
Boom. And the allowable election error rate established by the FEC is 1 in 250,000 ballots, or 0.0008%. We observed an error rate of 68.05%. Now, if you're not good at math, those two numbers are very far apart from each other.
Yeah.
This demonstrated a significant and fatal error in security and election integrity. The results of the 2020 election are not certifiable. This is a result of machine and/or software error, not human error. By the way, if it was human error and not software error, it still is uncertifiable based on that it did not meet the standards set by the Federal Election Commission. It did not meet the guidelines. The tabulation log for the forensic examination of the server for Antrim County from December 6, 2020 consists of 15,676 individual events, of which 10,667, or 68% of the events, were recorded errors. These errors resulted in overall tabulation errors or ballots being sent to adjudication. This high error rate proves the Dominion voting system is flawed and does not meet state or federal election laws. These errors occurred after the county clerk provided a re-provisioned CF card with uploaded software for the Central Lake precinct on November 6, 2020. This means the statement by Secretary Benson was false. The Dominion voting system produced systematic errors and high error rates, both prior to the update and after the update, meaning the update or lack of update is not the cause of errors. In Central Lake Township, there were 1,222 ballots reversed out of the 1,491 total ballots cast, resulting in an 81.96% rejection rate. This is unbelievable. Now, I will remind you folks, okay, that this is Michigan, which, by the way, the electors cast ballots for Biden today would not allow in the Republican electors, wore Biden-Harris face masks, okay, and also had the national anthem at the beginning of the session and the black national anthem, which they were all required to stand for. Are you enjoying the show? They certified this election. The electors certified the election. They needed to see who was going to certify and who was not. They needed to see which Republicans were going to stand up to this and who was not. It is critical to understand that the Dominion system classifies ballots into two categories: normal ballots and adjudicated ballots. Ballots sent to adjudication can be altered by administrators, and adjudication files can be moved between different results tally and reporting terminals with no audit trail. This demonstrated a significant and fatal error in security and election integrity because it provides no meaningful observation of the adjudication process or audit trail of which administrator actually adjudicated the ballots. A staggering number of votes required adjudication. This was a 2020 issue not seen in previous election cycles. Okay. This high error rate was incongruent with patterns from previous years. The statement attributing these issues to human error is not consistent with a forensic evaluation, which points to a systematic machine and or software errors. The systemic errors are intentionally designed to create errors in order to push a high volume of ballots to bulk adjudication. The linked video just demonstrates how to cheat at adjudication. And I've got to find that. If anybody can find that Twitter. Oh, Kanikoa, the Greek. I can pull that up. Let's pull up. Hold on.
You notice something about that tweet also, Dave, is that there's no election is disputed. Below, there's no blue message below that tweet. That's saying there's a different opinion about this.
Oh, yeah. And we noticed that as early as, what was it, Thursday or Friday? Friday was the first time we noticed that, right?
Yeah, and then they came back and it says this claim about election fraud is disputed.
Mm-hmm.
It even earlier in the day it said that, but on this one it doesn't.
What do you think is driving that? We talked about, maybe they're in control of Twitter, but also, yeah, what do you think?
I think for optics, they put that on there. I think they're in control of Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think they have these rogue agencies out there anymore doing whatever they want. And I think everything we're seeing is for optics, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think they've been in control for a while. Because you could imagine that if everything was starting to feel like it was going in Trump's favor and say even, you go to the big tech companies or you go to news organizations, if they started changing their coverage, people would have been scratching their heads a long time ago. All they did was keep the same narrative going in order to keep everybody, I think they're keeping everybody in line that way.
Yeah.
Because, POTUS tweet being taken down, I think that one would have been a good candidate because it has such good proof in it, If the black hats were in control of Twitter, they could have easily just said, nope, we're not showing that, because I guarantee you if I posted something that on my page on Facebook that talked about this, my page would be shut down.
You mean on the election?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even say vote or election or fraud. You can't say that you can't say it on your Facebook.
Yeah.
I think a lot of our Snedheads have shared what happened to their accounts.
Here's an affidavit by a man who is a technical expert, and he said the results were forwarded to Skydo SOE software servers located in Frankfurt, Germany, previously Barcelona, Spain. The company in Barcelona was bankrupt, and I think that's when China got involved. With Dominion is tied in with Skydo. 35-year-old cybersecurity expert came up with this one. Okay. Now, I think this is the found traffic going. Let me see. There was foreign interference in U.S. election. 305 military intelligence witness affidavit hasn't been discussed much. It's clearly saying that there was foreign interference in U.S. election.
Edison Research reports the vote
Let's
count
check this
tabulation
out.
to Decision Desk HQ for election results. Another affidavit was submitted by someone whose name and personal information was redacted. This person was an electronic intelligence analyst with extensive experience as a white hat hacker used by some of the top election specialists in the world. A search of Edison Research showed that they had an Iranian server, and there are records showing China accessing Dominion voting servers. Edison Research reports the vote count tabulation to Decision Desk HQ for election results. According to the affidavit, the digital forensics analysis shows there is unambiguous evidence that Dominion voter systems and Edison Research have been accessible and were certainly compromised by rogue actors such as Iran. Another affidavit was submitted by someone whose name and personal information was redacted. This person was an electronic intelligence analyst with extensive experience.
So we're seeing a lot of this. This is, let's
Basically,
see how
this
big.
shows,
Let's watch this real quick.
vulnerabilities. It shows volumetric internet traffic, the raw data. It shows all of the web servers, physical coordinates, all the vulnerabilities that are associated with the server. But basically, it does show that this was connected to the internet on voting day, and the volume of traffic was significant, and the vulnerabilities there are plenty of vulnerabilities that hackers could penetrate the system.
Can you tell if some of those communications went outside the United States?
We did observe packet traffic that were going from the U.S. Now, we don't know if it was specifically Dominion traffic going, but to a server in Frankfurt.
In Frankfurt, Germany.
Bits of information that are sent over the internet from internet protocol from one point to another.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's it?
We got proof of that, folks. That's unbelievable. We got some more tweets from POTUS. Let's get there. See what he's up to. He retweeted. Okay. So he retweeted Kevin McCullough. Then he retweeted, thank you, Kevin. Many Trump votes were routed to Biden. The highly respected Michigan judge released this epic report, true all over the country. This fake election can no longer stand. Get moving, Republicans. Big swing state win, 75 million votes. Todd, look, this claim about election fraud is disputed.
Yep.
Kevin McCullough, friends, ignore the electors at this moment. Use this moment instead to call your congressman. Politely demand that she reads the audit results report. Forensic proof exists that votes were flipped. Call 202-224-3121 and ask for your rep and senator. This claim about election fraud is disputed. Okay? And by the way, Snedheads, please engage with this. 202-224-3121 tomorrow. Please call, ask for your representative, tell them where you live, ask for your rep, and demand that he or she reads the audit results report that I just read to you, okay? Because that's evidence. That's evidence. And then we go up to he tweeted Kanakoa, where we just were, by the way. But that was Kanakoa was 5 hours ago. He just retweeted. Todd, I'm sure you're on the time stamps already. See if the comms are back on.
Yeah, I did the first one, and it's okay. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
10:51. Yep.
Why don't we finish these tweets and we'll go back to that, okay?
Yeah, we can roll through them.
Cool. So he's retweeting Dominion, Nevada, Kanakoa, the great. The error rate scanning ballots in Antrim County, Michigan was 68.05%. Dominion voting systems are also used in Clark County, Nevada. Clark County, Nevada election officials also happened to report an error scanning about 70% of the ballots, okay? And this is, were counted first by running them through a digital scanner. If the scanner cannot read the ballot or determine the voter's intent, the ballot is sent to the adjudication or duplication team, both of which are overseen by a bipartisan election board. County election officials have said about 70% of the ballots are sent to be reviewed by election officials. And then it's the whole thread. Okay. How are Nevada ballots counted and verified? All right. So, and then he retweets Code Monkey, who I've mentioned to you tonight. Okay. Soon to be AG Rosen recently wrote an essay on foreign influence in U.S. elections. Oh, man. I'm bummed that Ron beat me to this. I was going to do a search earlier on this, on AG Rosen. Nice job, Ron. Foreign actors are covertly trying to undermine confidence in our elections. Malign foreign influence efforts in our election has been a perennial problem. So who's stepping into the AG role of the DOJ, ready to receive the report from John Ratcliffe of the DNI? Jeffrey Rosen, who wrote an article August 26, 2020. Here he is. So now I want to this might surprise people. This is coming from him, but 2020 happens to be a federal election year, so he's got a sense of humor, right? So I want to start with some good news, which is that our election infrastructure, things like our polling places and printed ballots, have been well protected, and that protection has improved over the last 3 years. With regard to the most recent 2018 midterm elections, DHS and DOJ jointly found no evidence that foreign actors had any material impact on the integrity or security of election infrastructure or political campaign infrastructure used in the 2018 midterm elections for U.S. Congress. Likewise, as the Senate Committee on Intelligence has reported, there is no evidence that any vote totals were altered or changed by any foreign actors in the 2016 presidential election. Okay? But interference with infrastructure is not our only concern. We're also concerned about another threat known as malign foreign influence. The key word is influence. Much of the time that is disguised propaganda. Other times it is using pressure tactics on influential people. It can also take the form of hacking and disclosing private emails or phone messages. It comes in many forms, all designed to influence how Americans think about issues and cast their votes. There are a good list of these on the FBI and ODNI websites. We cannot escape the reality that the opportunities for malign foreign influence in our elections are far-flung, so it remains a challenge for Americans as voters. That didn't end in 2016, but it didn't begin in 2016 either. It's been a long-standing concern, and the historical context can teach us some lessons. Okay? So this guy, coercive activities, covert and deceptive activities, corrupt activities, comparisons with current media and technologies, the 2020 landscape, advice from our predecessors. Wow. I don't think this was an accident, Todd. I don't think President Trump slid him into this position, slid Barr out of this position, and then somebody said, or Code Monkey said, "Hey, Mr. President, look, this guy wrote an essay on it."
Yeah, it just happened to.
Yeah. So this is. Do you see how this is aligning, folks? Do you see how they're 17 steps ahead? And President Trump's last tweet retweeted Carrie Kellerman. Election status. Trump is in the process of proving he won, and Biden is pretending he did. Biden and Kamala, Joe and Kamala, are playing White House, complete with stuffed animals and fake tea. So,
hey, pass me some tea.
Exactly. Should I pour you some more?
Yes, I'm parched here.
Yes. Not a single sane person thinks Trump won. This is Julianne on Twitter. And her name is I Am Fortunate. I don't know about that, Julianne. Not to be rude, but kind of a tough sell there on your comment. Yeah, and Harris, Donna, good point. Harris still hasn't given up her Senate seat. Why do you suppose that is?
I think maybe she's looking for the highest bidder. That's what they do, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Fauci's mad because he wanted to play doctor, Anastasia says. Playing White House. It's part of the show, Patricia. Yes. Yeah, it's China tea, Daniel says. Sweet tea, please, Tammy. Yeah, so yeah, this is gonna go. This is gonna be good. Let's see. Good night, Tammy. Thanks for hanging.
Ramping up, Dave?
What's that?
Do you think things are ramping up, possibly?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And before we go to the timestamp, folks, let me take you. Let me try that again. To the InoctriNATION.com, and please see. You can find show videos here, which Eric puts up. Great stuff there. Hot Zone with a lot of links where you can do some research. Maxwell Files, Adam Schiff, Clinton Foundation. Okay. Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Eric, for that. Thanks, Christy, for your great work. Actually, I gotta pull up that document you sent me, Christy. Remind me, if you will, tomorrow on that, on all the election stuff. We gotta send that to Giuliani as well. And then the market. If you're Christmas shopping, guys, please consider the Snedhead Marketplace here. We got the Purium, which I'm on. It's an amazing, all organic meal replacement shakes. Getting 12, servings of fruits and vegetables in one shake. All great stuff, folks. And people are changing their lives. They're helping their body get past Lyme disease. So many things, internal gut health, and it gets the glyphosate out of your system. Third-party independent study done by the Detox Project that showed that after 6 weeks of being on Purium, 75% of the glyphosate had been removed from the body. Okay, very, very important stuff. As you're thinking about New Year's resolutions, think about starting with Purium. This is huge, okay? The Healy, amazing. all I can say is it's already shifting things in me. This is like Tesla technology in the palm of your hands. We're going to have calls this Saturday, 3 o'clock for Healy, 4 o'clock for Purium product, and 5 o'clock for the business opportunity of this. And the science behind the Healy. Please watch this video if you haven't. It's a little dry, but the technology will blow you away as to what this thing can do. And we're going to talk more about that. La Vita Bella Olive Oil Company. Please check out Jana's website here. This stuff is amazing. Todd, Cindy, and I have all had the oil, had the hot sauce. I'm having this stuff, quite a bit. Julie Harris with her soap, fabulous soap.
This morning,
yeah,
I had the hot sauce on my eggs. Oh my God.
Good stuff, right?
Really good.
Yeah, that hot sauce is the bomb. It's really amazing. And of course, Jim and Jasmine's Saint Solutions, the silver water, which we use daily, and it you get all the bacteria out of your teeth. It'll freshen your mouth. It's amazing. You put it on cuts, put it on burns, put it on scars, take it internally. We're supposed to be getting this in nature, and we're not. Marcia, this was my Akashic reading that I still have to share with you guys, which is amazing. And it's like, what do you cover? What do we lose off the broadcast, Todd? I mean, like, it's unbelievable. So but I still got to share that with you. I know many of you are waiting for that. Thank you. Dr. Paula McDonald, awesome author and speaker. Please check her out. She's fabulous, great Snedhead, great supporter of the broadcast. She's got an amazing book out. Please check. These are Snedheads, guys. These are small business people that we can help. Dismay Coin, that's some great stuff there. They're real patriots there as well. So you're buying from patriots, folks. You're buying from real people, and we can support people this Christmas, and it can also support the broadcast. So thanks for indulging me on that. We do 5 hours of content and about 2 or 3 commercials, maybe. So Plumber Stacker, what's up? 200 likes, 750 viewers, and 0 dislikes. That shows you Dave is speaking the truth. Thank you for that.
Whoa,
thank you for that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely get, I love our audience because there's a lot of people out there that are doing stuff, and they get a lot of trolls. They get a lot of people that don't like them, and they make all these comments that are pretty nasty, and it's not cool. But we've got an incredible audience here, and I'm just so proud of it. Some more Trump tweets, Todd.
There's a Vincent Kennedy 6 minutes ago that's awesome too.
Okay, awesome. So 4 hours ago, Wes Rappaport and President Trump. So you know what tells me about this, Todd, is these tweets are like Kanekoa was 6 hours ago. Okay, Code Monkey was 5 hours ago.
Yep.
Kerry was 2 hours ago. This one was 4 hours ago. Do you think POTUS has been busy with something else?
Yes.
Okay. Texas presidential electors cast all 38 votes for Trump and Pence. They also voted to condemn SCOTUS tossing out Texas election lawsuit. Interesting. Okay. Also, Wes Rappaport, Texas presidential electors voted 34-4 to condemn the Supreme Court rejecting Texas's election lawsuit against Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, and called for the state legislatures of those states to convene and appoint their electors in accordance with the true constitutional vote of the people. That is huge. That is huge.
Boom.
Yeah. Boom. And that was the scenario that I was going over earlier. Is the states appointing the electors. Now, my friend said to me today also that that it used to be that all the electors that the judiciary of the state could overturn the choice of the
legislature,
of the electors, that the judicial could overturn the decision by the electors, and that about 10 years ago the Democrats changed that they couldn't overturn the electors' decisions, and they did it primarily in the swing states. So that's pretty huge.
Now, why would they do that, Dave?
Exactly. Because they got control over the electors. So good stuff there, and more on this. And by the way, so that's it for that. That gets us up to speed on Trump's tweets. I want to share this with you, and then Todd, I want to go down the timestamps if we can. But I wanted to share.
You may want to pop over real quick and just do a real quick one on
Vincent. Right, Vincent. Yeah, thank you for the
because
reminder.
That's real fresh, and that's
yeah.
Never seen what's on there. So
okay, Vincent Kennedy. Nope, that's the wrong one. Where is he? Where is he? Why isn't the one that I want up? Oh wow, the delta for tomorrow, 1 year delta for tomorrow. Operators are standing by at Gitmo. 212-397-2255. I believe that's is that our Congress? Is that what the number I just shared with everybody? I don't think so, but I think that goes to Congress. Does it? Guys, could you let me know where 212-397-2255 goes? And you end with a 55. Operators are standing by. This is 36. And then where we go one, we go all at the Guantanamo Bay. So that was John Reese. So because I got lost there trying to find Vincent Kennedy. Where the heck is Vincent Kennedy? Why is he not coming up? He's one of my go-tos.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here he goes. By the way, let me see. Okay, brace. Wow. Let me go to. By the way, he's retweeting Kaneko and Ron as well.
Yep.
And then, so we're in the right place, guys. Just in case you're wondering. Okay, we're definitely in the right case. Oh, that's right. It's New York City area code, right? 202. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was 212. I used to live in New York, so 212. I can't believe I missed that. Can you guys find out what that number is for? Please, 212. What was that? So we're in the right place, right? Vibes, empowering the future, maybe a very true statement. My husband says there's VK, then pointed out the window to the car next to us. Vibes.
Isn't that cool?
So that is Vincent Kennedy?
That's just his saying. He likes vibes. He says it all the time.
Oh, vibes. Okay. Vibes, Kansas. Vibes. Right. All right. So this is Kim Runner did an update. Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So this is the Schumann resonance.
That's a huge spike.
Yeah. And which one was that? It's not going anywhere. Well, we can go to Schumann, but to find out.
Yeah, we should check out, see what happened in the last few minutes if it's updated.
So this is the Schumann resonance. Let's see.
They've changed that to Holly Jolly Schumann graph.
Yeah, it is, right?
Merry Christmas.
Well, this is interesting. Why are we at, this was back in, hold on, when was this? So 11/3, right? So basically, you know, the day of the election. And look at how lined up it was on 11/2, spiked on 11/2, and then 11/3. This is very interesting, but it's not telling us really anything other than it's quite aligned, right? It's all aligned.
Wow.
So let me go to. Oh, wait a minute. What the heck was that? Wow. All right, this is very interesting. This is the Charles Cathedral, built in 1220. Built in 1220, okay? And this is the Schumann resonance that you plug in to get your Schumann resonance. Let's look at those side by side.
Where are you at, Dave?
I'm at Miracat. And it's just I got distracted from the Vincent Kennedy.
Oh, gotcha.
But the Schumann resonance you plug into the wall that provides electromagnetic radiation tuned to 7.83 hertz. By the way, that's one of the frequencies on the Healy that I told you guys about that I have, and is sent. By the way, yours came today, Todd. So you guys are. I'm sending it. I'll get it in the mail tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Teddy shared that the phone number in the drop is from the Clinton Foundation.
That's right, Teddy. Thank you. Awesome.
I'll send you her link here.
Awesome. Yeah, I see it right here.
You got it?
ClintonFoundation.org.
Yep.
But go ahead and send it to me. I'll pull it up for everybody. But
Okay.
Look how similar these guys. These are exactly the same. This is insane. 1220. And then look at this circuit board that provides the radiation tuned to 7.83 hertz. This is unbelievable. There are no accidents. They had sound technology back then. I mean, I'm not that surprised because I'm aware of the sound technology. But the Schumann graph, the Schumann resonances are a set of spectrum peaks in the ELF portion of the Earth's EMF. Okay? Find out more here on hermeticus.net /Schumann. And the frequency, you know, sometimes you're really tired, sometimes, you know, you don't understand why. A lot of it has to do with this. This is today, okay? Look at, you know, now, look at the level. The white is really high, really, really good stuff. But it can also be draining as well. And then if you look at the graph, look how in sync they all are. Okay? And the different levels, I keep forgetting which are which. Do you guys remember the white, the yellow? Those are human, right?
That's Cindy's department.
Cindy, do you have a handle on this?
On Schumann.
Oh, on the Schumann resonance?
Yeah.
Boy, I wish Heva was here. The white ones is supposed to be more of our angelic-like, from what I understand, with our vibrations.
Uh-huh.
The green and the red are for the lower vibrations and the negative energies, etc. And so I think they said that we want to stay around 1352, but I'm not excellent at this either. We both wish that we were better at this, and I know that there's some snedheads out here that are probably texting right now saying what it is.
Green, Lynn says green is spells.
That's right. Spells, warlocks. That's right. And then the other one is like the voodoo and everything else. The red one is.
Arizona Elements said, felt it so strong and clear today, still radiant now. Yeah.
Yeah, I just on a personal note, the ringing from my ears over the weekend was really, really loud. But today it's totally quiet.
So is mine.
So Aaron says white angel, yellow human, red evil human, and green voodoo or spells, I'm guessing, right? Good night, April. Thanks for hanging. White is the angels. Good. Okay. Good stuff. So that's the frequency, and everything's about frequency, guys. And the key to making this, making the ascension, if you will, is keeping our frequency at a very, very good level, right? A lot of people are getting ringing in the ears, headaches, and so forth. Teddy says yellow is snedheads. Awesome. Yes, thank you, Leslie. So that number was to the Clinton Foundation that we had up earlier, and that is that's pretty amazing, and the fact that it's coming. Barb also said Sessions is 8 letters too from the earlier. That's War News. Richard Donahue, background, pain. Okay, so this is the one that Sessions appointed that 17 is talking about. January 3rd, 2018. Who successfully prosecuted Keith Raniere and NXIVM. Nice. Okay. And it looks like War News is sending us to 17 drop. $13.72 from May 15th, 2018. Time of publish, 4 a.m. Timing of drop, coincidence, fight to reinstall roadblock. Barbara said to weigh independent race for New York Attorney General. Who is Richard Donahue? Background, pain. Okay, no page on that for Bloomberg. All right. Okay, interesting. So, where we're going to go, we were going to go, so the Vincent Kennedy, did we get both of those that we wanted to get? And if so, you had some timestamps you wanted to go down. And then,
Yep.
Okay.
I've already punched them in, but I haven't looked at them yet. I didn't want to get ahead of the class.
Okay. And this is, let's see. Yep. So here's the, here's that number. to the Clinton Foundation. This is where it goes. All gifts matched. By the way, how about that picture of he and his lovely wife, Hillary, voting for Biden and Harris today in New York with their electoral privilege. So you know it's a show, folks, when you realize that they are not behind bars that we know of anyway.
There's your key point that we know of.
Yeah. Yeah, we think they are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So how do you
Teddy
want to
dropped the whole thing. What's that?
Oh, I was going to ask, how do you want to do these timestamps? Do you want to go from the oldest to the newest, or the newest to the oldest?
Yeah, when we go oldest to newest, since that's the way we did it, and then we'll probably finish with the boom, I imagine, with the last one or two.
And the weird thing about it, Dave, is when I looked to see when President Trump retweeted it, all they gave me was the time that the original post was made.
I noticed that too, by the way. I was looking for the time.
Yeah, it's not there. So
interesting.
So I just went ahead and used the number that was there.
Look at this little cat. Vincent Kennedy loves his animals.
They're awesome. Talk about vibes up. He's always a vibes up guy. He knows this resonance. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
To combat all of the things that the evil ones are doing, we need to keep our vibes high, and that's why we don't need to have our own discourse between.
Sorry, hold on. All right, I'm gonna cut the sound on this because it's a song. We don't want to get busted. But this is Vincent Kennedy's panning, or not him, but look at this dude. He's got the. It looks like a frog. What is that? A vape pen? Looks like a vape pen. Look at that. That's hilarious. Sorry, Todd, I interrupted you because that music came on.
Oh, that's okay.
But he also posted this of Muhammad Ali in the ring, and he said, remind you of somebody over the past 4 years. Look at him dodging. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Better quality if it's smaller, but wow, this guy's swinging.
I remember that.
What's that?
I remember that. I think either that or I saw the replays of it. The most amazing boxing I've ever seen.
Yeah, he was something, man. He was something.
Hands on the ropes.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So let's go to the stamps. I want to call it here shortly.
Yeah.
Leanne says, question, why is 17 represented as a frog? It's really the Anons that are Pepe, yeah? That's kind of the mascot.
Yeah, it goes back all the way to like Code Monkey, you know, and his guys, and the way they communicated.
Mm-hmm.
But I also kind of took it to is this, that, you know, when you think of a swamp, and you think of what animal truly rules the swamp, it's not the alligators. It's not the big scary creatures. It's the numerous that can really control it. They can make life a living hell just by making their noises. If you've ever spent time near a pond when the frogs are mating, that loud croaking noise can drive just about any other animal or any other creature nuts. And I think that's what our job is, to be, you know, they're calm, they don't hurt anybody, but they're loud and they get their point across.
Yeah.
That's kind of, and they communicate with each other just by the noise they make. So more numerous than any other creatures at the pond or the swamp. So that's kind of a dissection, a small, quick little review.
That's perfect. A group of frogs is called an army, Katie says. I didn't know that. Good night, Tracy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right?
Not a troop?
Yeah. Leslie asked, why do they want us to have this evil number? Well, basically, that 17 drop was basically linking the Clinton Foundation to Guantanamo. In other words, they're gonna be going to Guantanamo. That's what that's all about. So,
or Iceland.
Good question. Yeah, how about that in Greenland? All the different what do you call it? Prisons.
Yeah,
right?
And there's one out on an island just way out in the ocean too, just by itself. But what you have to remember about these places is they're not just what they appear on top. They're below ground. There's even more accommodations, you might say. But if you haven't seen Monkey Works today, I highly advise going to see Monkey Works. He has about a 15 or 20 minute video today where he actually shows a cross section of some of the Icelandic prison. And there are flights going back and forth there. So,
yeah, I saw. Excuse me. Let me go to YouTube. Actually,
I don't think they're burning jet fuel just for fun and games. Is all I'm saying. I know that they restock and they resupply, but what he does so great above anybody else is he knows what those flights actually are. Like he knows when Gitmo's being restocked. When I look at the planes flying, I can go to the same app he does, but I don't know that airplane by tail number and where its home destination is and where it normally goes and runs its supply lines, or what the plane carries. But he explains all that very well.
Yeah, guys, I just showed you on YouTube here. This is Monkey Works, WERX, so you can find him there. And he does some great work. Let him know your Snedhead. Let him know we sent you. We'd love to connect with him and have him on the broadcast. Just interview him because he does some great work. So that's where you can find him. So let's go to Trump's tweets and the timestamp that you think is worthwhile. And you want to start with the Kanakoa?
That's all up to you, Dave. However far back you want to go.
Okay. Well, let's, here's the thing that I think is important is the one that he did with the big delta. There was a big delta there, right? So the 1 hour, which is going to be 11:21, right?
I'm looking here.
His number is pulling up now.
I didn't even do that one.
11:21, April 10th, 2018. Actions today, raid will be met with swift action. FBI burning midnight oil. They raided the Solar Winds today, and the FBI raided it.
Yep.
That's huge. This was from April 10th, 2018, folks. Okay.
What tweet did you get that off of, Dave?
That was the first one back from the bar tweet.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, I'm there.
Okay. So that's huge. That is huge because, you know, and by the way, how about solar winds and the storm is here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the solar winds, the storm, Orion. And how about that drop earlier?
The gematria we did too.
Yeah, and Orion popped up, and Egypt popped up.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, see how it's all connected, folks. This isn't by accident. If this was just the only time, Todd, that could be like, oh, it's just a coincidence, da, da, da. But when it happens thousands of times and literally hundreds of times on this broadcast alone, you know it's intentional.
Yeah, it all connects. I mean, you see it all the time when you do research. You see it.
Yeah.
Somebody might have just talked about it that morning, and then all of a sudden you see that again, and it's some weird, obscure thing that you don't normally talk about, and it pops up and pops up. You're like, oh, wow. You got to pay attention. The universe talks to you.
Yeah. I went down to 121 and it got into Saudi Arabia and D-class Yemen relevant puppets. We've done this one many times before.
Yep.
How were JFK, Reagan, and Trump different from the rest? Surrounding themselves with family. Also trying to take out the bank. Yeah. Barack Obama telling the U.S. illegals they can vote. I showed you the video of that, a choreographed and scripted video from that. So that's 121. Then down to 21. Takes us to the crumbs over the weekend, which started the intense shilling. At this point, we are far enough along you can paint the picture without risk of jeopardizing the operation. Okay? So we feel good about that. And then, of course, down to 1 takes us to Clinton.
The other timestamp I took off 11/21 was 14/13. I took the 0 out, did the 14/13.
On the timestamp on the Q drop.
Yes, the
Okay.
11/21 timestamp.
Yeah, let me go back to that.
Because the 0 can be erased.
Yep. All right. So which one do you want me to go to? 14/13.
14/13 is kind of interesting.
Okay. 14/13. Sorry. 14/13. The owl. Guardian of the Pope. Personal.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you suppose that's all about? I wonder if the guardian now the owl is also the symbol for Moloch, which is the satanic deity. And so the guardian of the Pope, we know that the Pope is satanic. We know that the Vatican is very satanic. So personal, maybe they grew up Catholic like many of us did. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Kind of a dead end as far as the string goes, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's go back to the tweets. Let's go back to the next tweet. And I want to look up something real quick. You can go ahead at the class if you'd like.
Gee,
let me see.
Little peek ahead. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. 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 So, all right, where are we going, bud? With the Trump tweet? We're going to the next one, which is
10:21 or 11:21, right? Is that?
That's the one we were just at.
11:30.
11:30, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, 11:30.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Not super relevant, just informative.
11:30. Pentagon kills LifeLog project, which became Facebook. Check the dates. Pentagon kills LifeLog project. It's LifeLog, but Q says lifelong. Interesting. Project same day Facebook is formed. Finder of this should apply to NSA. Interesting. Basically, 17 is giving big props to the Anon that came up with this, that found this. That's pretty cool. February 4th, 2004. February 4th, 2004.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was the Anon that misspelled lifelong, so that's not anything to necessarily look at. But that's very interesting, especially considering what we're talking about. And I used Facebook as an example of Facebook, Zuckerberg and Chang, and being, supporting the fraudulent election, and how they're going to face the news. Awesome. Do you think that's a kind of a dead end, or do you think?
Well, in today's, I think a lot of these are, as far as direct comms, and I think that goes back to 8:24 this morning when President Trump said comms off. These don't look as, they just don't pop like.
Well, I don't know, that FBI raid today. FBI burning the midnight oil.
Yeah.
That was pretty strong, but it didn't go past that.
Right.
Right.
They're not leading to big news that we don't already know.
Right. Exactly. All right, so now we go to
this could be it.
Kanekoa. This is 548.
548. Yep. That's just a picture of our buddy.
548.
We've seen it.
But is it Obama? Yeah.
With our other buddy sitting down in a chair next to this
Soros.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting. And Obama, by the way, that's interesting. What the hell's going on there? Almost looks like he's in a glass case, like Senator whoever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I just think that's one of those suspended staircases, and then there's glass at the bottom. But I've seen it many times. We've been led to this many times.
Yeah.
It almost looks like he's floating, because we've talked about his feet hanging off the step like that. It kind of looks weird, like levitating.
Yeah. Ah, damn it! I left people hanging. Sorry, guys.
It's good.
Oh, so Lori says Biden got 4,000 views on C-SPAN tonight during his address, but we're supposed to believe he got 80 million votes.
Yeah, that's really, he gets about the same amount of people as us, and we didn't get 80 million votes.
Guys, yeah, exactly. I got what was the count for us tonight? 3,000, and I don't even sniff people. So, you know, come on. Sorry about leaving you behind, my dear friends on the screen. By the way, yeah, Jack says after 4 hours and you don't share.
It's Eric's fault.
By the way, guys, once I get another monitor sent up, that won't happen as much. But my screen is filled, so I missed that. It's not to make excuses, just to let you know that it's not going to be permanent.
I'm glad you said not as much.
It's not as much. I'm going to leave myself some room, some wiggle room on that one. I got to. But let's see.
I did think on that picture of Obama.
At
the bottom it says Great Awakening.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty, predicted.
Yeah.
That was in 2018.
Interesting. Yeah. January 18, 2018. So back to the tweet. Certainly we don't get we're not getting the kind of communication like you said, right? That we normally get.
Yeah,
so I can see.
I don't see the revelation in it like I was.
No. This is the retweet of Code Monkey. That was at 6:31. And by the way, what do you think, other than that, just the fact that they might be in control of Twitter, which I called back on when he did that tweet, the wheel, WIEL, and and how it was different. When you were lined up, it was spelled wrong, but when you clicked on it and went big, it was spelled right. So this takes us to Super Predator, bring them to heel, define heel of a dog, follow closely behind
the
its
C-SPAN networks
owner.
bring you long-form public affairs programming from the nation's capital and are a public service of your television provider. C-SPAN, created by cable.
The fourth challenge is to take back our streets from crime, gangs, and drugs. And we have actually been making progress on this count as a nation because of what local law enforcement officials are doing, because of what citizens and neighbors.
I'm doing a video right now of Hillary Clinton, and I went to the timestamp of 6:41.
6:41?
Yeah. And there's a link.
I thought it was
6:31.
Yeah, that's where I was lost.
Okay.
Yep. 6:31.
Yeah, my bad.
This is actually pretty relevant, I think.
Yeah, but let's.
Neighborhood patrols
there are no
doing.
mistakes, right?
We're making some progress. Much of it is related to the initiative called community policing, because we have finally gotten more police officers on the street. That was one of the goals that the president had when he pushed the crime bill that was passed in 1994. He promised 100,000 police. We're moving in that direction, but we can see it already makes a difference, because if we have more police interacting with people, having them on the streets, we can prevent crimes. We can prevent petty crimes from turning into something worse. But we also have to have an organized effort against gangs. Just as in a previous generation we had an organized effort against the mob. We need to take these people on. They are often connected to big drug cartels. They are not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel. And the president has asked the FBI to launch a very concerted effort against gangs everywhere. In addition to that, he has appointed a new drug czar. You probably saw him Tuesday night. He's one of the most distinguished active military generals that we have in our country. He's already proven that he knows how to interdict drugs because of his command of the South American activity on behalf of the United States. But General McCaffrey will make a big difference, and I believe it is now time for all of us to know what we can do individually to be part of this anti-crime, anti-gangs, anti-drug effort. The fifth challenge is to protect.
Yeah, so who said she forgot to mention pedo blood drinkers. Vicky, yeah, she forgot pedo blood drinkers. Yeah, how about the projection there, folks? The super predators, meanwhile, they're stealing children and bring them to heel like they're slaves. I mean, it's just, she's a wicked woman. So let me go to the place. So Todd, I think that's a dead end, especially considering I went down the wrong road. So let's.
Where is he? Where is he?
631.
This is
I'm
more
just keeping you on your toes, making sure you're paying attention. Half the time you don't pay attention to me.
You're right.
HRC wins. Snowden pardoned. Snowden release rest of NSA dump. NSA destroyed. ES would not have been able to get out of HK if clowns wanted him caught. Spook all along. Edward Snowden would not have been able to get out of Hong Kong if clowns wanted him caught. So this is, an anon saying that. And then 17 comes back with, HK allowed his passport to clear customs with the clowns in America and Department of Defense putting a national security hold worldwide. How does he clear customs? How does he end up in Russia? Coincidence? Who was the first agency he worked for? Who taught him the game? Who assigned him with foreign ops? Why is this relevant? Future unlocks past. Watch the news. Spiderweb. Stop taking the sleeping pill. Was he, I believe he was CIA first, right?
It rings a bell, but I can't confirm for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, not a lot of booms here, which I find quite refreshing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they don't need to do it anymore. That's what I took out of that timestamp this morning, is that maybe they can slow the comms down because we should know everything by now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're done, but, I still will check. But, today wasn't a big boom day.
I just went to 9:17, which is the timestamp of the next one.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Trust me.
Hey, 9:17, that adds up to 17. That might be relevant.
That's true. That's true. Just because I'm a parent, Q, are all operators safe and healthy, praying every day? We appreciate all the prayers. We really do. Thank you for God and country and world. That's very relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because this is a parent. Just because I'm a parent, that means the Anon is a parent of military, somebody that's involved in this, rounding up all the bad people, right? And then, yeah. And 17 acknowledging that.
The particular thing I'd take out of that one, Dave, is, President Trump just added the world recently.
Yeah, exactly. To that speech.
Yeah, and he added the world and the world after that. So
yeah,
it could be relevant.
And by the way, Todd, 11/11 is the timestamp on that.
Yes.
And this was quick, just did bullet 2. Session, public attack about 20 minutes ago live. Next, Rod Rosenstein. Yes, plan seems to be moving right along. Context. Forgot to pass along with original post. April, A, IG report. Sessions, public attack. RR problem. Seals broken. Arrests. Why was Huber made public? Why now? Huber's showing up again. Everything has meaning. Awan, the Awan brothers. Tarmac, Iran, North Korea, Uranium One, FBI, DOJ, Mueller, election integrity, immigration bill, border, wall, military start, big month, Q. Amazing coincidence, plus military start, wall. You have more than you know. Reason we are here more. Okay, significant. Yep, we've been down that road before here. And then he has one more, two more actually. 7/12, and then I want to show you one other thing and then wrap this up. You will cease to exist. Truth to power. How's the bunker these days? 14 live. Hello. PEOC force failed.
Well, I'll admit right off, I don't know what PEOC is.
I don't either. Presidential Emergency Operations Center.
Huh.
The bunker-like structure underneath the east wing of the White House. It serves as a secure shelter and communications center in case of an emergency. So, you will cease to exist. Truth to power. How's the bunker these days? 14 live. Hello. PEOC force failed. Remember when they threatened the president and they thought he went into the bunker, but he didn't? But that was recently, I think.
Yeah, they were claiming that this year when they burnt the church across the street.
Right. Interesting. Okay, so the last one is a retweet 5 hours ago, 7:03. 7:03. Rest in peace, Mr. President, JFK. Through your wisdom and strength, since your tragic death, patriots have planned, installed, and by the grace of God, activated the beam of light. We will forever remember your sacrifice. May you look down from above and continue to guide us as we ring the bell of freedom and destroy those who wish to sacrifice our children, our way of life, and our world. We, the people. Prayer said every single day in the Oval Office. JFK, secret societies, where we go one, we go all. Wow. Prayer said every day, single day in the Oval Office. Wow. Wow.
Our friend Vincent Kennedy just posted 30 minutes ago, can't shake the free Assange, #free Assange vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Cindy sent that to you.
I love it.
Yeah. Well, because we know it, regardless of what happens with this election crap, just think of and we've said this before, just think of all the other things that could just torpedo Biden right now,
Oh my God.
Ukraine, Russia, China, involvement in all kinds of nefarious stuff. I mean, gosh, we got Perot.
I forgot about Perot when I was wrapping it all up.
Assange. I mean, there's just so many ways to take him out. And we've got about, what, a month? Well, he's not sworn in as president until January 20th.
Mm-hmm.
My birthday.
She keeps hinting that it's the day before her birthday.
Okay.
I don't want you to forget that Trump began inaugurated.
I keep forgetting her birthday.
So, by the way, Kellyanne dropped the, I've got to go to it on Twitter, but 3 days, 3 nights. I missed this today. But it's the connection with the SolarWinds Orion software. interfaces with Sentinel, the FBI system developed and created by Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. Hacking of SolarWinds and U.S. possible connection with the U.S. election and its possible connection. This is her. These are both of her sisters. This is the father. And they're with Magellan, Gilead. Look at all these connections that they have. Dark pool funding and honeypots blackmail. Right? Can't read this, unfortunately. Why is, wonder why 3 days, 3 nights is posted. It's so, yeah, I can't read that. But guys, if you can check it out on 3 days, 3 nights. I think Kellyanne might have it on her Facebook page, or you can follow me, because I'm going to retweet this right now at Dave Snedeker. At Dave Snedeker, my tweet. So yeah,
you're just rubbing that in, aren't you, Dave? Because I'm in Twitmo.
You got to try. You got to try to get back up on the horse.
I'm all right.
You know what I wanted to show is I want to show this. Hold on. Desktop transition. Bruce Lee. Those who are unaware that they are walking in darkness will never seek the light.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
We must bring the light to the darkness and expose the darkness for people to see.
Well, just think how many people are out there that are in positions where their families have been threatened. They didn't want to do maybe what they had to do for survival.
Right.
So I think you're going to see some people flipping or trying to, I don't know if you'd say save themselves. They probably, some people had a conscience when they did it, but they did it because, somebody tells you, well, we know your child goes to school at 8:30 and they're dropped off by so-and-so and they have this color car. All of a sudden you just go, yeah, I'll do what you say. I don't want to risk my family.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just waiting for those people that when that dam breaks, and the people that are in these positions feel safe enough to come out and talk, big things are going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. JFK said the cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission. And I think that what you're saying is that the people are going to come out and realize that, you know what, I was on the wrong team.
Well, and you're seeing some of it with doctors. There's more doctors now that are out.
Yep.
There might maybe some judges will come forward. Maybe some politicians will come forward. We can only hope that that'll help move the ball. I think that's going to happen.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So let me go. I couldn't read that Orion, but let me go to Cynthia real quick. There, because she's got something I think I might be able to read. Cynthia's been doing some great stuff. Info on SolarWinds hack. Now I know what happened. Code Monkey had something on it. Maybe I could pull that up. And then I want to wrap it up. Let's say good night, sweet prince. By the way, he's been hacked on Parler, so the code monkey on Parler is not him. Yeah, it's the same thing. I can't pull that up. Let me see if I can do it this way.
Yeah, right before Julian's rum disappeared from Twitter, he said that they were cloning his account. So I'm seeing some. If you haven't seen that Vincent Fusca post,
yeah,
about President Trump actually being a bad guy.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
I'm sure that's the cloned account.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that surprised me. What is SolarWinds? It is a leading IT management company. One of their sets of products are Network Management Suite. These tools help network engineers manage and monitor networks. These are the lucky 13 SolarWinds network management tools. Orion is the keys of the kingdom, the absolute access to everything. SolarWinds has a centralized global management and monitoring software called Orion. Then you buy one or more of SolarWinds plug-in tools, some of which I described below. You then install them onto Orion and activate them with a license key. So if Orion is compromised, that means that every single plug-in purchased by SolarWinds client company is compromised. That's the problem, right? Network Traffic Manager, Network Performance Monitor, read-write tools, okay? Goes to, no, where's this? Yeah, okay. So this is good. All right, guys. Well, let's close with a prayer here. And
hey, Dave, I think Cindy got something for you real quick.
Yeah, just go to your Facebook Messenger. Happy little note to end on too.
Okay.
For Warren Hoskinson. Let everybody.
Here, can I give you that? I won't be able to carry it all. Thank you. Here, let me pull that up.
Thank you.
This is from
Jennifer Warren Hoskinson.
Okay.
She even has her dogs decked out in Trump gear. Should be the first one that you're seeing.
Okay. No, hold on. And who dropped it? Here it is. Carrie?
No, Jennifer Warren Hoskinson, the picture of the house.
Yeah, I'm fried. Here we go.
Hello? Anybody home?
Oh, well, I've had 5 since you posted. That's what was throwing me off. I thought you were... Okay, yeah. All right. Give your dog a home he or she can be proud of. Here we go. Trump won.
I love it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh my God, that's cool.
Good stuff. And by the way, the couple of you have dropped let me see if I can find it here. And Cindy Plant dropped this just recently. Lynn Wood, while all of the focus on clear election fraud sure has distracted country from Jeffrey Epstein case, man, oh man, Epstein case could bring down Biden, Gates, Roberts, Clinton, and others, maybe even Obama. Sure wish Epstein was alive. Wishful thinking, I guess.
So funny.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what we were saying, earlier about there's so many other torpedoes that could sink that ship. We don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. There's like, dude, there's like 30 torpedoes in the water right now. And people were like, oh, that one missed.
Yeah,
okay.
It's active and it's going to turn around.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I wouldn't want to be on the SS Biden right now.
No, hell no. Hell no. All right. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for the abundance of our lives. Thank you for each other here this evening, all the Snedheads. Thank you for the Q team, the Anons, the Autists, the keyboard warriors. Thank you for President Trump and his family and all his team and all the military that are supporting the transformation into a new age away from cabal, away from control by the Satanists. And we thank you for this victory over evil. And please strengthen President Trump and all those involved in this process. Send them strength, Lord. Thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. And thank you for the Holy Spirit. And thank you for our lives. And I do want to ask a special request, Lord, that you please watch over the family of Kathy Peterson Lester, one of our dear friends, and who lost her daughter. And please bless them with peace and understanding. And please fill their hearts with your unending compassion and grace. Thank you, Lord. Thy will be done. Amen.
Amen, brother.
Good night.
All right, folks.
Good night, Snedhead.
Good night, all.
Hey,
love you
love
all.
you.
We'll see you tomorrow at 6:15, and we'll see what happens. See what's every day brings something different. And just remember, guys, we talk about going dark. We talk about the arrests and so forth and so on. And we're all antsy. We're all like, oh, I can't wait. Why isn't it happening? I want something now. Every day that passes, think about the people that haven't been arrested yet, that know they're going to be, but just don't know when. These people can't plan for next week, next month, or tomorrow. Literally, people are saying, hey, you want to get together next week? And they're like, yeah, if I'm here.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. They're waiting for that. They don't know when it's coming. Imagine living like that. Living that life is almost as torturous as behind bars. Because remember, the great director Alfred Hitchcock said the anticipation of terror is greater than the terror itself. And every day that passes, every week that passes, that they have not yet met with the justice that they know is being carried out, calculated, strategized, formulated, is a terrifying time. And I'm okay with that. And I think you are too. All right, love you all. Good night. Be well. Be good to each other.